Mark. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Everybody who's already been started. I know I'm getting late. It's 11 o'clock, 11 a.m. So just the housekeeping notes, and then we'll do some politics and whatever. Who knows? Maybe do a little religion today. Try to relate this back to democracies and whatever. So whatever you guys want to do, I'd be very excited to do it. Talk through it, maybe educate me, educate myself, etc. and the whatnot. I'm going to set up some of the stream deets as well. If you guys want, hit the like button as you guys come in. We have been very dual poor on the channel, so I'm going to set up an ambitious gift goal. Let's say we've been YouTube gift poor. And so I gotta put this on there like that. Yeah. Hell yeah. Oops. Yeah, there's how that works. Okay, hell yeah. Oh, shoot. I set it up wrong. But anyways, welcome back. We set up an overly ambitious goal, 50 and 30 minutes. Who knows? Anything could happen. You never know. But yeah, if you guys are coming back for a second, third, fourth time, my name is Duck. In real life, I go by Nathan. And yeah, we're going to do some. So I have some stuff. But yeah, obviously, I want to talk to you guys. Whatever chat comes in and says, I'm going to read some of it. Have fun, you guys, whatever everybody wants to do, have fun. I'll just do whatever I'm supposed to do and they do it. And then, yeah, whatever. But, anyways, some of the stuff we're going to talk about, questions we've never asked, maybe bringing up some gaps in my knowledge, gaps and stuff that you guys wish you could know. Not farming content elsewhere, right? I have some stuff prepared too, but yeah. So there's interesting questions like in the age of Christian nationalism, is it weird, or when we're seeing a statistic in the United States that it used to be that about 30% of young men, kind of subscribe to Christianity. As you guys like us know, we got to stand up for men as we are going about our day. It's hard. We can get in the wrong mind space, and our path is, in my opinion, my interpretation. Young men, guys like us, our path can be off, and so there's no such thing to me as like dehumanizing, saying a person is off, but there's absolutely the case that we're off our course, whatever. And so instead of saying something like, there's the stuff that happens in the world and whatever. Hey, what's going on? Good to see you, Vic and PJ. Nice to see you. Hopefully you guys are having a great day. Panira Jane, hey, shout out to you. And you are not young, Dora Duncan. I'm 36. Yeah, I'm 36. So I'm just out of that sort of mindset. But yeah, it's very noteworthy and large. If you used to see a statistic that like 35 to 38% or whatever it was, young guys in the US are saying, hey, I'm really adamant, really onto this Christianity thing. And then now it turns out that number is closer to like 45, 50% in the US. And so this isn't about being anti-religion, but it is asking about the political consequence when it's not just Christianity, but it's also Christian nationalism. Cool. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate the sub. We do politics, geopolitics, philosophy. I talk about veganism sometimes and the whatnot and stuff like that too. But yeah. But yeah, I was, anyways, so you look like you could try Hollywood. Thank you. I think that's nice. I don't know that I want to do that. I don't know how I'd handle all the fame. If I could just be myself in that scenario, or what I would have to do. Yeah, what I'd have to do there. Those Hollywood guys, they go, Hollywood people, they go film in these large, cold studios. I was joking with someone on YouTube about that yesterday. I mean, it's crazy because, like big actors like Chris Pratt, big actors like Tom Hanks. They know if they film something that a million people at least are going to see it. I mean, even their box office, like things that totally crash out, are still going to get probably 10 million views before it runs its course, basically. And so like that's such a crazy mindset to know that you're doing something here that's going to go impact people there. This is part of capitalism. This is like capitalism 101 too. You learn this in a political science course as well in the courseware, that this value chain, iron pencil sort of idea that like, you specialize. One of the first things that happens in capitalism is people specialize work. And so that's part of American identity, or I know it's not that exciting, but American identity, part of that is embracing this specialization. It's embracing liberalization, all this stuff. And then part of global citizenship is also looking at the least approachable sort of aspects of this, right? What are the actual cultural and social consequences? The social and cultural consequences of capitalism and specialization. Is this just because of that's how the system works, or is this because capitalism goes too far? There's maybe not enough regulation, not enough competition. There's not enough actual forces to help people both have free choices, property rights, and all this other stuff. Yeah, my beard it's popping out. It got angry yesterday. A bunch of people, someone says, "Man, you jacked got beard with good face." I was getting yelled at on stream yesterday. Someone was telling me, go shave my beard, all this kind of stuff. So yeah. But what's the point when you can't invite me for lunch? Hey, I mean, that resonates deeply with me too. If there's, hey, what's up, Johnny? Be good. I don't know what that's saying. And what's up, Max Intensify? Yeah, cool. Shout out to you too. And here's the sort of point or whatever. So with global capitalism and specialization of labor and whatnot, we can look at things like illegal mineral and resource mines in the Democratic Republic of Congo, or what is it called, Rwanda. And you can say, well, the specialization of labor has made it so some people don't have jobs, so that these big corporates are the only ones allowed to do the job that others would do. And sometimes there's political or economic or geographical reasons people can't do the job that they want. But this also, again, this can be speaking about undermining the actual cultural impact. Because most people would say, like someone like Francis Fukuyama, very famous political scientist, would say, well, there's no problem in the United States when you get upset that you can't do the job you want. Because hey, look at, Austin. Austin's got that green name badge. Shout out all the Duck Pond members. So, in the United States, you can be upset about anything, right? The old learn to code meme that was showing up on X and Twitter back in the day wasn't really funny. I don't know if it was meant to be racist, or people were just saying, hey, we're going to get ahead of the next big tech disruption or something like this, learn to code, you don't have any other skills, so go do that. But in the United States, right, even a racist message on Twitter started a conversation, right? It was already being picked up elsewhere. And so someone deciding to start this meme was just part of the negotiation that you have here, the conversation that happens or something like this. And this isn't uniformly true. Challenges to the end of history, which is about liberalism as an ideology versus liberalism describing the system of government you produce, describing the economic system, describing the constraints that go out to the geopolitical layer, describing constraints that go out to a geopolitical layer. This end of history essay was doesn't come back and say, well, look, there are in the United States, there's poor cities in Ohio, and you can go look at Ukraine in the early 2000s. A lot of people don't place Ukraine here, but right after the Cold War, hey, we could all be Albert Einstein. Yeah, we try to be a little informed. Right after the Cold War, the 2000s, if you think about it, was what, 13 years after the Cold War ended. And so it wasn't like you install a McDonald's. It wasn't like you install a McDonald's like that, a McBelief, and just suddenly every one of the Central Eastern European countries who was reporting into the Kremlin or reporting into Moscow would suddenly now all of a sudden you are a democracy. And so one of the big initiatives was these UN development projects where they would go in and study clientelism. So basically buying and trading votes for things like bread, electricity, buying and selling votes for maybe like tools you need for your farm or whatever. Like actually like these little things that we take for granted would be things that were more important than democracy. And so the UN went in and said, well, look, you have this beautiful city, Kiev, and you have all of these little slums basically here in Ukraine is how we would describe them. That's a slum, right? You can't join the EU. You're never going to be able to join the EU like that. You look horrible. And so these sorts of projects saying that, there's people with different cultural mindsets. The actual way the system works is different. And so what happens then? What happened to liberal specialization in this? You tell people that, well, instead of just having sustenance and the food you need, you and your son and your other son and his wife are going to go out and ask people to work. No, and you know how that works. You're not an idiot, but they're going to go out, get a job, and get paid. Well, what happens if that doesn't happen? What happens to this other relationship that I have? What happens with all this other stuff, right? There's people that depend on both sides of this or something. And so, there's always excuses, I think, too, when we're talking about nation building, right? When you say, well, why do people make the choices they make? Why do people in power ignore problems that exist? Why is there greed or prioritization of global resources, not just national resources, but global resources that go elsewhere? And that's always just something interesting to look at. Yeah. And so, I would offer that one example. Austin said that I'm a troll. I'm not trolling. This is Scholastic Politics. I don't even know if Austin's still here, but I do. Yeah. Hey, look, Austin Murphy's still here. I ain't trolling. So that's what you get, buddy. That's what you get. You benching 500 for reps? Not yet. Not yet. It's a hard knock life for us. It's a hard knock life for us, and I see it, we get ripped, and we need it, we get ripped. It's a hard knock life. Hey, what's up? Hey, man. Hey, what's up? Oppo Namer. Good to see you. We got Tacos Mega Bloodbath up in chat. What's going on? Hopefully that bloodbath with the freak went well yesterday. I saw him and Babadook going at it. Trump just released UFO files. What are your thoughts on that? Wow, yeah, UFOs are, I think, because I do Scholastic Politics, so my own belief on cryptids, my own belief on UAPs, my own belief on not like Gothic styling and etc. whatnot, but my own belief on, those types of things, etc. I can't really share. But yeah, I do think when you ask the crazy questions the federal government asks, and some would say spend your tax dollars on, it's a huge banana for scale. You have some PhD at the Department of Defense talking not just about studying UFOs, but talking about the quantum effects on brain grocery decisions because of social media. So DARPA grants in the United States and Trump, these military research, a lot of it's on social media. Talked about this in my most recent video. After there's no longer a threat between two states, it becomes the case that we are the threat, right? Things like cybersecurity, that becomes the bigger threat. And so what about UFOs and UAPs? Who knows? Anything could be out there. Why would aliens tell everyone about themselves? If they were smart enough to get here, they would probably know that most people couldn't handle the truth. That was kind of the old plot too of Men in Black, that Men in Black movie. It's kind of like that kind of stuff. So, but whatever. What were you doing at 18? Hey, Penguin. Yeah, I was going to school full time and working in restaurants, working out, going on trail runs, and playing video games. Wesley was the victor of the bloodbath. Hell yeah. Oh, nice. Cool. Yeah, I saw him in chat. I was watching you guys a little bit after my restreamed. I was on like reset number 4 and didn't want to clear the cache. I was ready to go to bed too, but yeah. I don't know what that game is. Hey, thank you, thank you. I wish there was a confessions page. I would. Hold on, give me one sec. Okay. All right, so guys, I figured you guys after these stream end, because you guys know we have fun. You guys know that in the video section and the shorts feed, sometimes when topics come up, we're about our business here. We're in the mindset, guys. We lock in a little bit on politics talk. Sometimes, a lot of times, we just have fun. Oh yeah, late night in India. Hey, shout out! Thank you for joining. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Hell yeah, hell yeah. So yeah, but you guys know we have fun here. And I want to be able to share our experience, share our audience with other people. So I figured, I've got mostly goth mommies that do OF, do Fansly, etc. in my own subscriptions and the whatnot. So I wanted to ask you guys, even split down the middle, when the streams end, if you guys aren't, like no offense, but if you guys say no offense, I figured I could take us on a tour of my own YouTube subscriptions. I'm one of the biggest YouTube users in the world. I'm not just a content creator. So I was just, checking if there's a goth mommy that's on. There's a cool goth mommy video I could show you guys. I'll take us after the stream. We will redirect toward those types of films, content, etc. on YouTube. Do you believe in round Earth theory? Yeah, I believe it's an oblong sphere is the technical scientific term. Aren't the real demons the friends we make along the way? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. DNA specified information that exceeds chance plus necessity. I don't know what IBE is. Requires causal adequacy. And only minds are known to produce semantic code. Cool. Yeah, so for causal adequacy, the small word I would flip out. And maybe I don't know what you mean personally by adequacy, but causal adequacy, just the thing that comes to mind, not knowing more, is that Bayesian inference is a very sturdy sort of way of analyzing what a chance may look like, right? And so when we know and so this is why something like the RNA hypothesis matters. Because it's a little loosey-goosey. It is a little loosey-goosey because we don't have empirical evidence of when life started. But we do have empirical evidence of proposed mechanisms of life just starting on Earth spontaneously or however you want it. And so this does actually go to the macro chance that a theory is correct and accurate. So there's two arguments. This actually goes back a lot further, right? It's kind of like a romantic relationship for people that think in those terms. But the science, it goes back a lot further and deeper because you can just say, well, I observe fruit flies evolving. I see it with my eyes and I can go do gene sequencing on these fruit flies. And so I know evolution exists, right? Boo, animal testing, go veganism. But anyways, so I can say that on the big time scale of 4.5 billion years of Earth, there is macroevolution that's happening. There's macroevolution that's happening here. It's down to the level of genetics. So you have causal closure and you have these cases of macroevolution. And then you can also, you're allowed to, as a person, and as a philosopher and scientist, you also should say, well, here, in lack of something that is a certainty of an explanation, even as a Christian, it just seems quite likely that there is a physical mechanism at some number of billion years ago that shows life starting. And so the thing that people don't pick up on is they pick up on the one part that you don't want to hear, right? You don't want to hear the truth. That, yeah, we haven't, okay, so we haven't, and it's not like a shame thing, so no human or microscope was around billions of years ago. So your argument also contains this, right? Your argument that I should definitively reject evolution or consider it because humans didn't have a microscope from 2 billion years ago. It's like, cool. So you're condescending, right? So that's how I read Healing Flow's argument against evolution, is that you want me to be condescending. You want me to not think through the actual way I think about things and not have my opinion. But I can have my opinion, right? Here's the big difference, and maybe this splits the difference, is I can have my opinion about Bayesian inference also, it's discussable as applying to how life started on Earth. It should be. Even if it's going to be very disappointing, meek, and meager, but it explains a giant chunk, and so we should eliminate that bias. But I can do that. I would encourage you guys to do it that way as well. Do you believe in, fortunately, I don't have mommy issues at all. Yeah, I don't either, but yeah, I just mentioned the goth mommy stuff for, the whatnot. Hey, what's up, tomfoolery? Are you looking for some appearance criticism? I don't know what that is. I don't know what appearance criticism is. Oh, my face and looks and all these things? Not particularly, but yeah. Yeah. It's the hard, yeah. But you guys are allowed to do, you guys are on the other side of the keyboard, and I'm on this side too, and etc. and whatever. Yeah. Just my 2 cents. You should trim or shave and get a haircut, my dude. Cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that's how I'm gonna raise money, guys. I want Tom, you can send me a red super chat for $90 Italian pomade. You guys can replace my broken Steve Madden glasses. You guys think I'm lying to you, but I'm not lying. So, yeah, so you guys can upload your card, hype the stream. That's a way to help. But obviously, I also have broken. These are thick boys. These were really nice sunglasses. They're Steve Madden brand. And so, yeah, these are Steve Madden sunglasses that broke. So I want Ballugiani. I want to replace the Chanel glasses I had in college. I want Tom Ford House of Gucci. I want pomade. It's not a mystery. There's no mystery. There's no question. I don't need a compliment from you, Tom. I'll come back. I'll give you a quick timeout, and then you come back. Here's how that works. Well, quick question. Do you hold that empirical evidence? How good is this? How good is it actually? Quick question. Do you hold that empirical evidence is the only form of evidence? No, we were talking yesterday about testimony. We were talking yesterday about abduction versus induction. We were talking about what inference actually. Maybe you could have a meta conversation about what inference actually is. And yeah, and so we can say things in 2026. It sounds very strange. This is my own opinion, my own worldview or interpretation of naturalism. Is I can say, contemporary physics provides the best view of cosmology as nearly equivalent to the universe. There's things humans can say about the universe in any case, right? We can say things that aren't exactly described in physics, but yeah, it is physics. But we can also say something like there's a 10% probability that the physics we have today is actually right? It's most likely the case that we would have to either update or completely reject beliefs that we hold today when we learn more about the nature of the universe. And so empirical evidence supports this sort of worldview. But again, it's only, if you can see where I'm coming from, it's only one part of that. And some would say this is just one approach. It is maybe the most popular approach in contemporary philosophy. yeah, the sort of like, if you think about like a tech stack or like, yeah, kind of what type of cell phone you would buy, a lot of philosophers would buy correspondence, meaning we're talking about the world. They would buy some form of Bayesian inference, as when you define what's central, you would want or need something that is empirically valid. Um, and then after this, yeah, of course, having, yeah, after you have this, and it's irrespective of identity, sex, gender. You can argue about what the variables are. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you come from. This isn't a critical theory. It's just philosophy. It doesn't matter where in the world these ideas originate from. You can still go to a science lab and talk about this more, and then you can talk about why it matters to theory or reality. Yeah. So those are all questions. So I wouldn't normally think about that type of question, but yeah, it's a really good question. Hey, what's up, Yamaha Bikes? Hey, what's up, Wikipedians? Hey, shout out to you. Yeah. I learned a bunch on Wikipedia, guys. Wikipedia is a great website. It's great to. The way I use Wikipedia is I go to Wikipedia, then I'll refine my own Google search. I'll go to Wikipedia, then I'll refine my own Google search. I'll usually try to find a conversation happening either on a forum or a website from an expert in the field. Finding an expert. Expert testimony is kind of an important thing in some philosophies, especially if we're talking about this. Yeah, everyone, this is one of my street beefs with Christianity or Islam or Judaism, is if we're doing testimony, we're talking about how we know what we know. Everyone is an expert. Hinduism has a million different forms of Hinduism, right? And this is different because if you are an expert in your experience and how God talked to you, then how could you ever say someone is either wrong or was misled or is even lying to you, right? And so I don't think it's good to accuse people of being liars, but it is also very good when someone says that, well, God dropped a McDonald's hot sausage biscuit on my lap this morning. I can say, well, that wasn't God, right? That was Bessie the cow and her friend Peter the pig, right? It was Bessie and Peter the pig, and boy, they went through the meat grinder, and then after this, they got sent to a centralized distribution facility, and that is how your McDonald's sandwich landed on your lap. If you were surprised or confused as to how that happened, you're probably skipping steps, right? And so yeah, this, so some narratives I think are more apt for this. I see how this has damaged your life. Social media is affecting you. Just quit YouTube. Seriously, what are you doing with you? Hey, shout out to you, Yamaha Bike Stoked. Yeah, I've been making content for 2 years. It's not very good, and Are you drugged? No. Hey, what's up? Oh, Gothic drink combos. Hey, good to see you. Hey, brother, you are looking slightly sweaty. Are you back? Can you not talk about, can you not use TOS terms on the stream? Thank you. I'm just going to go ahead and delete that comment right now. We'll see you. No, I'm just kidding. You're not banned, but bye. Adios. You're not banned. Bye. See? Yeah, so I've been, hey, you're actually good, no offense, yeah. Hey, do you listen to John Mayer? Yeah, I like John Mayer. You got John Mayer in your name and PFP and the whatnot too. Yeah, shout out to you guys. I love John Mayer. John Mayer's, he's a very simple musician and very talented too, right? Very talented. I got to see John Mayer playing in Phoenix too. I got to see him on his Continuum tour back in the day. When you're dreaming with a broken heart, the waking up is the hardest part. You roll out of bed and down on your knees. And for a moment you can hardly breathe. Did she leave you in my room? No, you're not. Oh, he's so good, man. The way he opens up, the way he sings, it's so weird. He's so weird. He's singing like this weird spot on the beat. He's singing on this weird spot, in the mix. John Mayer's an amazing musician, guys. Fun activity. If you guys are bored one day, you guys don't have to go look up. Yeah, you guys don't have to I'll look up, academic peer-reviewed blogs, websites, blah, blah, blah. Just listen and appreciate music for like 5 minutes, right? You'll hear some crazy stuff you haven't heard before. Who knows? It's what the universe gave us, guys. No reason to complain, no reason to be upset when, we're bored, we're stuck on YouTube, myself hugely included in this camp. I'd rather go out and have a, $200,000 a year tech job right now. No offense. But let me be honest about that. But yeah, if life gives us, 10 people, I have 10 people to talk to. You guys are chilling. Hopefully I'm chilling. Hopefully I got a little cup of coffee, whatever. No need to complain. There's stuff to do. I grow up, my guy. Hell yeah, brother. Can a government be dank? Yeah, Thoreau was a famous disestablishmentarian. He said the government was not very dank. He said the best the government could do was try not to be the government. And then he said the best government wasn't even a government. So that doesn't sound dank to the dank. To me, it sounds dank free, baby. Dankless. But yeah, I do also think government is awesome when we think of things like universities, right? So if you want to split the difference, I'm sure there are hundreds or if not thousands of university presidents. There are thousands of university presidents around the world who already think about global citizenship and would like it to be more so, right? They have no reason to want to keep you, I graduated from ASU and worked at a call center because in Phoenix, Arizona, we have a lot of call centers, right? And so, that's my illustrious life and history. And so, but like the president of ASU, Michael Crow, he would have no reason why he votes for a governor or he wants you to vote for a governor who only wants you to work in a call center. Guys, we failed on the goal. I was trying to get 50 gifts to buy new sunglasses because my old ones broke. I got 0 YouTube gifts. Guys, you guys know if you're not going to support me, I had a great day yesterday. Please go out, support your other favorite YouTube creators. If you guys can, hook up a credit card, debit card, not a credit card probably, but yeah, a debit card, buy some of those jewels. It's a great way to regulate your purchase, hype the stream, and support other small creators like myself. But yeah, why do we need a government to tell us what you study and then what you do with work afterwards, right? This is a human activity. This is a great example that, I have a degree in political science. I worked in finance and then I worked with databases, right? So I worked with databases, APIs, payments. And so I worked in finance at a call center, FinServe, and then I did this. And so why would I need the government telling me that you're interested in something else? Or here's what your education and degree bought you, right? These are questions that I think capitalism is maybe it's right. Capitalism is right to regulate what we can do a little bit. Government is not. And so maybe this is my American ideology. I don't really feel that way actually, but whatever. It's fucking stupid too. Yeah, it's stupid. It's also kind of weird. No gifts. Go to work. Why? Why, dude? You go to work too. Yeah, hell yeah. Hey, what's up, Danny? Shout out to you. Whatever you want. Yeah. Is that a government thing or like a capitalism or power thing? Hey, good question. It could be any. Depends who you were to talk to. Of course, a neoconservative, like Donald Trump, someone with someone who's pushing their version of a national narrative. So Donald Trump says MAGA, make America great again, and his largest belief set is for Donald Trump, like he wanted private universities. He wanted people to learn Christian, learn to be like a God-fearing American. He said the best, not because he's like deeply religious, but one of the good things about America is you're a Christian and God justifies the things you do, right? I don't, and so Donald Trump cannot tell a public university like UCLA, or University of Berkeley. He can't tell those people how to run their schools, but What about when F. Fruz told us to grow Victory Garden? Hey, oh no, I was gonna go into it and read it and the whatnot. I don't know if that's talking about kangaroos, etc., but those are pretty sick animals for sure. Hell yeah. How do I do this? Dang, dude. I don't even know how to end this freaking goal here. I gotta set. Dang, guys. When you're dreaming with a broken heart, waking up is the hardest part. You roll out of bed, down on your knees. Cool. And he's you by my side. All right. Hell yeah, brother. No, you're not. And you're gone, 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 gone. Make America dank again. Yeah, hell yeah, the dankness. The dankness. All right, nah, man. Frankie Roosevelt, cool. Franklin Roosevelt, yeah, great, solid, either social safety net or welfare state. Yeah, whichever one you want to pick in the United States. Yeah, coming out of the Depression, sort of again setting a a cause in the world, in some sense, a cause in the world, set a reason to commit to Keynesian economics. Keynesian economics is still a very important topic. There isn't a savior like Donald Trump or a savior like Zoran Mamdani who changes actual what disruption means in liberal democracies and in other states. And so Franklin Roosevelt was, most notable for the New Deal. And then we even see it's so iconic, it's so recognizable, and it echoes, it contains both crisis as well as a solution that we saw AOC talking about the Green New Deal. Yeah, the Green New Deal. So yeah, it's very cool, and yeah, it's absolutely awesome. Yeah. Punchier. Punisher. Yeah, the Punisher. Yeah, I love Frank Castle. The character's name was Frank Castle in that book. Am I left or right? Left and right don't exist. I don't have an identity, right? I like books. I like books. I like someone explaining what happened and why it happened. I prefer that. Yeah. Yeah. I vote more. I vote a little bit more progressive Democrat, right? I vote progressive Democrat. I'm not a collectivist. Do you know collectivist? I'm not a collectivist. I believe in individuals. I believe in individual people. But I also believe that we make choices for the common good. We solve commons problems together. So we do the game theory. You can do the game theoretic or economic thinking side, and then my political opinions and beliefs just tend toward what helps individual people, without trying to undermine the scale and scope of large challenges that we all face today. Did you like Trump government? No, it's not fun. I'm good. How are you? I'm good. How are you? Yeah. Yeah. No, Donald Trump he opened, I believe Donald Trump illegally opened prisons. He has tens of thousands of civil rights violations. Here's a crazy one. If you ask how I am, I would like the military to read Federalist 41. I was just revisiting it last night. And why would anyone ever need to know how James Madison thought about the U.S. military? Well, you normally wouldn't. You normally would not think or consider that James Madison told Americans to talk about the U.S. military way back when. Way back when. This was before we had a federal government. He said, let's talk about how the federal government's going to manage a military. But in Donald Trump's America, so with Donald Trump's current administration, the way Donald Trump has rebranded the Department of Defense to the Department of War, and Pete Hegseth's choices, as well as Donald Trump's choices with the DHS, we have so many reasons to reconsider this Federalist document. We have so many reasons. You could picture high-ranking officials in the federal government or the military asking when and when not national troops know when to fire on civilians. Donald Trump has deployed troops to multiple cities. He wishes he could do it more, and he has these federal officers. So where did Federalist 41 go? Federalist 41 asks people who join the military to consider that military and federal agencies are formed from a Commonwealth fund, from a general good fund, right? All the states contribute. Even if a state like a small place in South Dakota or North Dakota are not going to need the military to come out. There's not going to be a strike of 1 million angry vegans in 2026 in South Dakota or North Dakota. And so where does your money come from? Is Austin Murphy still here? Austin, hey, Murphy, hey, slap Bill's cheek and tell him get off your junk. Tell him to go do something else, Austin Murphy. we got real shit to do. No, but but Federalist 41 reminds you that every state's going to pitch into the common defense, and so why don't you fire on civilians? Well, it doesn't matter where they are, who they are, where they came from. You're backing into 1,000 opinions. You're moving forward into 1,000 more. Right? This is why the U.S. military has the fuck nothing to do with anywhere in the country, everyone. There should be very little, if any, reason on any version of God's green acres that the U.S. military is deployed on U.S. soil. Yeah, and I don't even want to finish that sentence. In what world would someone who is erudite and described and educated enough to know this would go out and start picking out the bad guys hiding in the bushes, hiding in the closet, that are just waiting to take what belongs to you and make it theirs? There is no such world where that type of speech is allowable or beneficial, and there's no such world where anyone even knows. Actually, you'd always be surprised. And so here we go. The U.S. military should not be on U.S. soil. This was described in Federalist 41, that we all fund things. And so in the case that bad man A and bad man B are having a bad man engagement that no one wanted in the first place, they are both progressing and going forward opinions of some sort of kind of the political nature of why this engagement could end in violence. Yet Donald Trump deployed military drones in Los Angeles. Donald Trump deployed the National Guard in Washington, D.C. He's praised lowering crime rates. At the same time, we've seen a rise in political violence from both the right and the left, whatever that means. That means nothing in the world. So you have the right and the left who have the opinion, of course, at least of going out and committing violence, yet one's actual dedication towards their own belief that supports and produces this. Where is this described in the court system? It is nowhere. It is nowhere. And so James Madison has not even gotten started, has not even finished talking about the relationship between the U.S. military and the federal government. Yet in Federalist 41, we do see at least one solid reason, and that reason is no more or less simple, that the states all fund equally the military. So stay out, right? And James Madison says, well, this is also about tyranny. This is also because you don't want people who are trying to skip out on what is a problem of the landmass between the Pacific and the Atlantic. Guess what? They were smart enough to know that back then. It has not changed. In industrial war, even when, old Uncle Adolf needed to go meet some of the boys from wherever it is, Kansas City or San Francisco, hey, go on up, go join, these British fellers. You guys can smoke cigarettes together, have yourselves a ball. Even at that time, it was the same paradigm. The U.S. basically isolationist, supporting, wanting to do more trade, wanting to be left alone. Hey, mercantilism, liberalism, we've got enough oil and ore that we can make, food, etc. and the whatnot. So here we go. There you guys go. Ortis, you're making stuff up a little bit. Yeah, there's no evidence. There's no evidence or an explanation or cause, right? And so this is why scholastic politics, when I say scholastic politics, what I mean is that, it should be concerning to political scientists. You would be shocked or alarmed. You would ooh-woo when you see statistics that show a skew in political violence. And so suggesting that Donald Trump has had some cause or reason, who knows? There's a reason why this is different. Wow, that's maybe a really interesting conversation. That's maybe fascinating to talk about. Let's have the conversation. Let's ship it down to the lemmings. Let's make sure everybody has something to do on this Saturday morning before I go refresh my coffee. But this isn't what reality is actually like. Reality is that when you see the statistic, you don't have an explanation. You don't know why someone did this. You can't just say because it's convenient or easy, well, this is because you have a far right ideology or you have a far left ideology. You know, why was it the case that the most notable events like Oklahoma City bombing, where a right-winger, how unfair would this be if I said this? A right-winger in Oklahoma City blew up a federal building. So he specifically targeted a federal building in a state because he was the right wing. So boy, this guy really got it. He killed like 300 some odd people. This was a domestic terrorist attack that targeted people irrespective of how old they were, their sex, their gender. It'd be incredibly unfair. I would say you guys would still be living that down. How have you justified that joining the military, if it's not Barack Obama's military, boy, that makes you super violent. He was in George Bush's and Ronald Reagan's military, this guy was. So the right makes you, right, your guys' heroes, people that Charlie Kirk even loved. You guys trained a domestic terrorist. How unfair would that be? That wouldn't be fair. And guess what? You earned that. You earned that because neither you nor I know the reason that Timothy McVeigh conducted this Oklahoma City attack. Neither one of us actually knows why, right? But this guy lived a crazy life, right? He was going around to, he didn't go around to like these militia groups. He knew some of these guys, but he preferred the small hangouts. He was sort of a social outsider in some small regard. And so you would wonder, you know, in a different America, in a different world, this is what the right-wingers didn't do. This is so you guys not only made a terrorist, a domestic terrorist, you guys kept him that way. Now we're having fun, aren't you? Is this what you wanted? Or you're not even listening to me. I'm going to time you out and ban you from this chat because you wanted me to preach about far-right radicalization. And so here we go. This isn't even that far right. You know, Tim McVeigh could have been getting a cup of coffee. Couldn't he? Ortis, Tim McVeigh could have been getting a cup of coffee and the boys at the coffee shop could have said, man, you know, this right-wing veteran, he's got a couple issues. Do you guys know anyone else that was in the service? Maybe you can invite him, take him fishing. Maybe you guys can go shoot some guns together. Maybe you guys can go out, have a little bit of fun. You know, don't say too much, but kind of get a feel for how he's doing. Make sure he's okay. And the whatnot, you know, but guess what? You guys didn't do that. You said, you know what, sir, Ronald Reagan and George Bush, these right-wing nationalist Christian radical presidents did such a good job radicalizing you guys that in the United States, we saw right-wing domestic terrorism ranging from small acts of violence towards extremism, like domestic terrorism, like killing 300 people for the next 20 decades. And so you guys say that we have some magic solution. There's no reason that a grown adult who's actually making a judgment about national security has any sort of justification for that. Yeah, I'm making an ironic point that when you have no evidence, when you are not doing politics or scholastic politics, nothing is evidence-based. You don't actually think about correlation versus cause. You don't think about causally closing the system you're describing. What you're doing is you're trying to radicalize others. You're not having fun. You're not having a good faith debate. You're just sharing what random shit came out from your breakfast that fucking morning. So we don't need to do that on this channel. How simple is that? Read the Federalist Papers. You want to be a good Gershon man. You want to be a good Gershon man enrolled in Barack Obama's and Sally New Guinness's motherfucking how do you say Sally fucking Moo McGinnis's Georgia stomp line kind of dancing all these nitty mugging spaghetti in the mess hall, goddamn fucking frog fuck. You want to go be that kind of person? You want to show up like you're thinking about what's best for America? Read the motherfucking Federalist Papers, right? Here's what I'd do. If I was a drill instructor, I would drop your ass out in the middle of a cornfield and I'd say, guess what, motherfucker? Federalist 41 is buried in that cornfield, and you're going to find it, motherfucker. And guess what? Go find that copy of Federalist 41, and then when you find it, you can read it and walk your ass back. And guess what? I would bury Federalist 40 out there, bitch. That's what I would do. I would leave you a different copy of the document that you were supposed to read. And when you got back, I'd say, that ain't motherfucking Federalist 41. You spent an extra 4 hours. I got it in my back fucking pocket. Now you're going to go do 100 fucking pull-ups and 100 fucking push-ups. Then you're going to go run a couple miles, and then you can read this motherfucker. You want to love something. What are you going to love? You're going to love about all the bullshit you didn't do. Why don't you love the one shit that you should have done? Hey, what's up? Good to see you. Mayor of Baltimore. Hey, shout out to Baltimore. Shout out to Baltimore. You the children of the corn, bruh. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, all the smart guys in chat. Here's what they don't teach Timmy Jane Lewis down at Marine Corps Waffle House boot camp. This is my stolen valor content, by the way. Shout out to you guys. Thank you for your service and whatnot. Of course. But yeah, they don't teach you at the Marine Corps fake Waffle House boot camp that, yeah, he's what do they call them? Pussy civilian CIA fucks. These guys go out and you gotta put little funny hats on their head in order to get them to do anything, right? For the most part, everything's got to be this sort of, hey, what if they ask me to write a report one day? And they'll say, hey, you write reports every day. And they say, well, no one reads those ones. But it's the one that matters that you're going to have to write one day. And so that's what I would say. I'd say, hey, your job is that simple. You got these two sides of the documents. I don't know which one is right, but why don't you go fetch and we'll figure it out together. I'll also go do something hard alongside you because we are a team in what you will become. We are not a team in where you are today. And that should be clear. Australia. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hey, what's up? I am Buffoon. Good to see you. Yeah, someone asked, Buffoon asked, so I'll let you guys know too in case anyone was wondering. I don't have a stream schedule. I know a lot. I don't use YouTube like that except for my buddy Mega Bloodbath Debates, who's a mod here. My buddy Taco's the only one I sort of look for at the same time. But yeah, and then my friend Sarah a little bit too. But those two. But yeah, I don't have a stream schedule. I usually stream in my sort of Arizona time, mid to late AM. And then one at night. And then sometimes I try to a few nights a week go live myself after, about from 11 to 2. And yeah, so I'm on internet time, but there's people all over the world. And so I try to get a stream or something good, anything good out of it, right? Again, out of it, What's up, Mr. Pickle? 1488 or whatever it was. Yeah, cool. Hell yeah. Cool. Yeah, nice. San Jose, that sounds like a conspiracy narrative, nothing else. Hey, how's it hanging? Hey, what's going on, Jamamama? Good, I'm just hanging out, guys. If anybody's looking for something to do, I'm also going to post I'm going to post a link to my last video. It's in the Scholastic Politics vein, which is what we're talking about. Yeah, and guys, on DucksY, you guys can see I'm not missing very many comments. I like talking. I don't mind, sometimes we do have larger audiences where I just talk. But I also like this format, right? Where I get to know you guys a little bit. And so I'm going to take this link from my last video and post it in chat. If you guys like the video, if you've got creator points, you want to hype the video, help me out in the algorithm. If it's worth it, leave a comment, any of that stuff, that helps too. And yeah, we're just on live. We're on live stream. And yeah, would you have as good as it gets for a few more years, or is that all there is for the rest of your life? Yeah, so I live 4 or 5 more years, and it's, yeah. And I get to, I get Ballugiani sunglasses, I get to travel, perfect family, all this kind of stuff. Hey, I'll just take whatever life and world there is out there. I'll take that for as long as I can have it. Yeah, I'll take that for as long as I can have it. So. Whoops. Where do I go here? There you guys go. Hey, something decent to watch if you guys want to watch something, I guess. Are you a mythicist on the resurrection? Um, no, I wouldn't call myself a mythicist. I would call myself the why the fuck is if somebody tells you some guy was dead and then he's not dead and there he was, and then it wasn't like a, an NDE, but the feller properly he was properly dead. He was sufficiently by the way that I'm supposed to know that others have told it. He was dead for a fairly good reason. You would have a justified belief seeing the guy die and saying, yeah, that's what did it to him. And then somebody says, well, he rose. It turns out he showed back up. And I say, why is that? And they say, well, because a magic sky man, sky daddy, magic a god, right? God, you say God, and I say, okay, cool, yeah, I'm not going to ask you where he is, but yeah, a magical man in the sky who used to talk to men's balls. Yeah, so the magic man in the sky who used to talk to men's balls said that Jesus could resurrect. So yeah, so I am not a mythicist, whatever that means. I am a what the fuck are you talking about? What is that? Yeah, what is that? I look like a Spartan. Cool. Cool. Yeah, I do eat a vegan diet. There's evidence that Spartans, gladiators ate vegan diets. Yeah, things like cereal grains, lentils, split peas. Yeah. So for poor people in chat, poor people who've got a big bag of dal or mung or something, whatever it is. Yeah, you've got a big bag of that stuff. Have some respect. You guys ate like Spartan. You're eating like Spartans and gladiators. Yeah. So I do eat that type of diet. I try to as much as possible. I get it's a hypothetical, but it sucks for the vast majority of folks. Who has been good? A contingent. Well, contingency isn't anything, right? Contingency itself is either it's a technique. Like you could say contingency is maybe it's not even contingency is a actual logical structure, right? And so you can say a contingent for me, again, staying consistent in my own worldview, where I would say, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, seek help. Yeah, you need to seek help, or perhaps, we all have things we don't talk about. Yeah, we all have things we don't talk about. I don't give details on my exploration of goth mommy, dom mommy subs on YouTube and the whatnot. Yeah, I put it out there. But you say contingency is magical. I don't know what you actually mean, right? Contingency isn't a logical relationship. In modality, you would say, yeah, in modality, the whole point for me would be like, oh, so you're talking about something that could be inferable, right? You're talking ultimately about something that would be inferable, and that's my preferred method. Yeah. And so especially when you say, well, this is supporting a world religion, everything is, this is why I think maybe this is why you're so angry about this, or because all of the world's religions are going down, and it's not actually an or symbol, right? There's not actually a real world contingency or whatever it is. There's not a diamond, but it's all going down to this one point where it's what is it? It's bullshit, right? It's actual bullshit. It's made up. Yeah, and so I don't know why it's surprising that women who were hungry and wanted to be included more so politically, and then men who are just typical men made up one small idea, and then they all said, yeah, we're going to all go believe that idea, and we're going to see how far we can push it along. Yeah, and you don't need to do that anymore, right? You didn't need to do it back then probably either, right? These were people that didn't know what King David, who was building an oaken house, actually thought, right? So there's an explanation. There's one possible abductive explanation. Why is all religion, but especially Christianity, founded on one thin bullshit pile of bullshit? Whatever your belief is, or that's not my faith. Yeah, I know it's not your faith, right? But now you want me to be a neuroscientist or cognitive scientist to know your faith. I don't give a fuck. I don't know who the fuck you are. But on this other side of the fence, very simply, the other side of the fence is, yeah, well, the explanation is you didn't know what magistrates, you didn't know what the legal systems and the power, just not power, but the deciding systems of and whatnot. You didn't know what they were doing at that time, so you made up this other die. Needs candidate explanations. See, you do this thing where you're taking these terms that mean something, and then when I respond with a thorough answer, you're not listening to anything that I say and saying it's a good point or here's what's wrong, right? So you're taking these giant blocks and sliding them off, right? The things I'm saying are not just made up out of my asshole. So now you're saying inference of best explanation needs candidate explanations. What the fuck is that? Agnosticism offers none. What in fucking relation to what? You're declaring things and you're just saying this is just internally what I believe. No one gives a fuck. Just suspending belief. Theism contains contingency, fine-tuning, and intelligibility. No one gives a fuck. I don't care what theism fucking contains. I don't give a fuck what it contains. Why would I give a shit what theism contains? For what fucking reason? That's correct. 6-7 is the right answer. 6-7 is the right answer. Theism explains contingency. You don't need theism to get this. Okay, so if you have this isn't fun for me, by the way. If you have 1,000-year timeline of events and you're saying, well, there's truth. The explanations in here contain maybe something that we would say stands in or is true. And that's at least that's the best that the universe is going to give you, right? You see a car driving by and like, let's just say it's like the old Age of Empires game or something like this. And you see the old Cobra from Age of Empires drives by, and so you're building farms, you're growing corn, you've got a thatched roof, and a Cobra drives by and starts taking out your farmers or something like this. The explanation for that car is, well, there's like the best explanation is there's an energy density of gasoline, and you can build a machine that turns that fuel into momentum, right? So you have a motor, a transmission, a gearbox, you've got all this fucking bullshit, a steering column. And so the reason it moves and the reason it goes is because of energy density, right? It's because of energy density, and someone built a fucking thing that it goes in, right? And so no, it doesn't. Hey, you know what? I'm going to type what the fuck you're talking about. That's not accurate. No one listened to that, please. You're out for a day. Thank you. So you're going to come up and you're not only going to domineer the conversation with your faith, but you're setting a bad example by sharing pseudoscience with people. I have no clue what you're talking about. No one has any clue what you're talking about. And so please don't, if there's people here who might actually be interested in science, there's the fucking line. If you had any concern where it is, there it is. Don't fucking do that again or you're off the channel. I'm going to go get some coffee, guys. I'll be right back. Theism might be logical, fine, a shared, revealed naturalistic view of the world can explain the trees, build technology, forms of government, teaches children. We are not on the same level. Yeah. I mean, there's justification. There is justification and explanation, which comes from even things that sound silly to Reddit atheists, like faith. There is an explanation that comes from faith. There's an explanation that comes to or toward experience, right? Even if you don't grant that it comes to experience, it comes toward it. Or and you should be, I do think we have reason to be skeptical of explanation that goes from things, right? And so, I had a 8th grade teacher named Miss Duval, and Miss Duval almost got hit by a car. And she said, well, I wasn't praying or anything at that time, but she held a prior belief that God looked out for her, and she looked down at this moment and stopped her car, and then a car flew through a red light, and she didn't get hit, right? And Miss Duval said that, well, I felt that God was looking out for me, right? God was looking out for me at that moment, and so yeah, in a philosophical space, we could say, well, hey, this is the reasons this doesn't make sense is because there's many more reasons you could just be fucking delusional or a crazy person. But that aside, there's that, and someone's going to say that to you because you are a very nice 50-year-old educated 60-year-old woman. You're a teacher. People say that about things that aren't in books. And then the other side, the other side of philosophy is saying, well, lots of people have had experiences like this. It is rooted in religion, and so you could say, well, because there's a book here, because there's tradition and things like this, these are the reasons that, yeah, there's abductive explanations that there may be some truth or justifiability in your belief. And some can say it's relative to the church or the religion. And yeah, because you can't actually describe why your dashboard was like God and lit up in such a way only your subconscious brain could see it, right? It could be the case that, yeah, that God reminded you in that moment that you are a human animal and that we all communicate in intricate ways that we aren't always aware of. That could be the case too. So, yeah, so these are all things that people can consider and whatever. But yeah. 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 And so, so this is something you have wrong, Sample Boss, I think. And if we're doing science, but yeah, this isn't how and this is why I don't bring it up, because this isn't how I'd prefer to share what I know about physics or recommend you go do your own research, go to a physicist channel, but fine tuning doesn't apply to all of physics, right? And so in a philosophical debate, when you're talking about a worldview of naturalism and physics, yeah, you could say we live in someone might say we live in a finely tuned universe. But saying selection presupposes tuned physics, you're using it in the wrong sense, right? You're now talking about what natural selection has to do with physics. And a lot of people would say, what the fuck are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense. So you responding to someone's argument with an argument that makes no sense doesn't make their argument more or less right. It's just you're talking, and you're not talking to yourself. You're saying this to other people, but it is an incorrect argument. Krishna said when asked by a sage, is it possible to see, to talk to, be like, and finally merge into God? Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's cool. Wow. Yeah. Why would someone so should you merge to a god? If wouldn't Krishna also wouldn't someone say, yeah, wouldn't Krishna already say that, hey, you are just as like or unlike that god as you want to be? If you want to go pursue that, wouldn't that be true? And so couldn't the sage say, well, what did you just tell me? You told me, didn't you basically tell me nothing? Or you've told me that we are pushed by each other to go like find something that is more extreme than what we just said. And this doesn't change the nature of existence or the nature of reality. No clue. Nice. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Neither positive or negative. Hell yeah. Um Customization. Guys, this is a lot of fun. It's going to yell at me. I know it's going to yell at me. Whoa. Dang, dude. Hmm. Man, there's no good live debates on that I got. Hi, I'm from United States. I'm in Arizona in the Southwest United States. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, and so just a couple of the absurdities in politics. Yeah, good to see you as well. Of nationalism, when nationalism is on the rise, and so we're not saying this is like a labor or progressive style politics. It is not ideological in the sense of technocratic socialism. It's not ideological in the sense of cultural conservation. It's nationalism. It's nationalism. But we get questions like Pastor Doug Wilson also may ask, well, go to Leviticus, and ironically, look outside of Leviticus and see what you would think about being gay. Right? This is the old hate tactic, is that you could find it in Leviticus, but just go look at the results, right? Everything comes from this one point. It's hate-based. It's hateful. You also might have questions. Well, what does a woman think about when they vote? What does a woman think about when they vote? This is also on the rise, saying women don't need college educations. Women don't need college degrees. Women don't need the right to vote. Married women don't need the same property rights as you. And so this is also very strange to say, well, go to the Old Testament and then read the Gospels and look through the New Testament and wonder, what are women actually thinking about if they're not thinking about this? Right? And so what type of political belief, I'm not good at this stuff, but what type of political belief should a person form based on this? What type of political belief does someone come from where you can have this conversation and saying, well, I'm going to either build the pot of hating women, or I'm going to build the pot of being less tolerant of people in the LGBTQIA plus community, or I'm going to build the pot of being less tolerant of race. One might say, we've seen Charlie Kirk take this type of tack, that the arguments and political beliefs and opinions of Martin Luther King Jr., Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., as well as the people he represented from his sort of lofty position of political influence, his life's work, until he was assassinated for his life's work. But they might say, well, like Charlie Kirk said, the Reverend Dr. Charlie Kirk would say, well, Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. also held these invalid political beliefs. He held these invalid political beliefs. And so, yeah, so I do think it is the case that when you go back to the civil rights era. Hey, sir, how are you? Can I know where I'm from? Hey, Empire Forge, I'm from Arizona. I'm from the Southwest United States. Yeah, I'm from Arizona. Yeah, and so when it's the case that nationalism is on the rise, and you say, well, these are national priority questions. It's not the priority that we think about environmentalism. It's not the priority that we think about peaceable living in our own communities. It's not the priority that we actually address and redress political violence. It's not a priority that we address and redress poverty. It's not a priority that we address and redress the inclusion of other beings as moral agents in our society and civilization? Shouldn't it be the case that trees and animals are also considered as politically relevant or as moral beings? I would think it is. If we say that part of the problems that we have geopolitically and the largest threats that we have in the world are coming from, environmental exploitation. It's coming from distribution schemas of resources and capital, which don't look at the world's worst problems. They're not in respect to things other than what competition, zero-sum competition, makes possible. And this is not anyone's native value. There is not a person on earth, here's an example, that loves a volcano. There's not a person on earth that loves a volcano and says, well, that volcano is the thing that I love. And it's not because I think of it as divinity, it's just very badass. That is not a political opinion. That is not an opinion people hold. I love the volcano because it's badass, right? And so you pull this back and you say, well, look at the actual forces of nationalism. Look at the actual forces of nationalism and what people are allowed to believe and create about creativity, about authenticity, about honesty. And you say, well, honestly, then, look at what's actually occurring. You have a widespread popularizing that it wasn't just Black nationalism as an ideology or Black nationalism as a pressure valve, but it was civil rights itself. In a time period where civil rights was still alongside rule of law. So you had people not talking for their own sake about defending themselves even, but you had people talking about violence against their families. This was insane. It was commonplace. And in any case, it's insane. Have you lost your fucking mind? What have you lost your mind on? Hey, Just Human. Hey, what's going on, North Star Alpha? Good to see you too. Touch grass. Hey, touching grass. You're fighting windmills. Just go outside and touch grass. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, and so this is not a vegan society. It's also not a society apt for people with any sort of differentness in their mindset. This is a society that has made extreme that which they can make extreme. It's not strange to ask about teaching your kids instead of about science, about how to hate women more, about how to have different curriculums for boys and girls. These are all futures that get closer, and it happens because of conversations that happen today. So this is not about the future. This is about what's going on today. It's also about conversations that real people just like me and you have been having since 2015, after the failure of the Tea Party. So Americans said, by and large, hey, hell no, we won't go, right? Majoritarian politics win, right? Welcome to a democracy. Welcome to a republic. And we will not have it be the case that a small number of voters in the Bible Belt are going to dictate how education is administered across the United States. These are beliefs that are largely supported by people who have no interest in education, have not expressed an interest in education, and also intermix education with religion and their opinions on taxation. And there's people who do not want to vote that way, right? That is a progressive government. And so that pendulum can go down or up, and most people would accept that. However, when you say that conversation lost for us, that conversation lost that you can't be Billy Bob Joe, Sue, whomever it was, from wherever and whatever, and somehow you go back and we make it so it's the case that, well, we're just justified because a lot of folks, hey, they didn't like in the first place Danica Patrick in the right way. They didn't respect that this was a woman that's going to talk about men, and so that's why Danica Patrick is acceptable and likable. And so now it's trans sports, right? Hey, this is something new. This is alien. It's not that LGBTQIA plus is queer, odd, or strange or itself alien. It's the fact that it's alien to you, that you haven't heard trans women in sports. You haven't heard this. You also haven't heard someone talk shit about MLK Jr. And so is this a balance to a conversation? This is something good? No, it's an idiocy, right? If I come up to you and I tell you that milk is actually Gatorade, I tell you that my coffee is actually, hot lava that burns at 1,000,000 degrees, you just know it's wrong in the first place. That's saying that something that is black is white, or saying something that is white is black, right? That's not a racial reference. That's literally about perception. It's about empirical truth. And so Charlie Kirk and Donald Trump hopped on this train. Sure they did. They hopped on this train that said, well, the conspiratorial thinking of drain the swamp, of white nationalism is getting to be all right. Maybe it will get all right. Hey, Black Water Gun. Yeah, good to see you. I remember we talked about nuts and bolts and the whatnot a little bit yesterday. I'm not a big car guy myself, but I try to. It's exciting and interesting to me to stretch my brain out. I had a blue collar daddy, and I was a little more of an artist. So yeah, that's where I came from. But yeah, I remember talking yesterday. I think it was just yesterday or the day before. It just was maybe the day before. And yeah, slot machine. Yeah, gambling on football. Gambling on writing down about swords. Yeah, Federalist 41 I talked about. Here's another banana for scale for what Charlie Kirk and Donald Trump wanted to talk about is, yeah, the most important Federalist maybe. The most important Federalist is James Madison told you how we're going to pay for the military. He said people aren't going to be bitching out, backing out. They're not going to be complaining about this shit. We're going to set up a Commonwealth fund. We're going to set up a fund for the public welfare, and it's going to fund a federal military. This is in Federalist 41. And so what a freaking iceberg, what a block to just drop, saying that no longer will it be the case that you have diffract or distributed. You've got recursive distributed militias operating in the United States. None of this European pussy bullshit. No, instead we have something far different. We have Federalist 41, James Madison, perhaps the elder, more mature, perhaps the one more equipped to handle this discussion. He's not talking about your emotions about your money, your emotions about municipals, about your fellow man, which Alexander Hamilton covered in a strong, rich, political, manly sense. But James Madison says, no, guys, this is the decision that's being made. We're living on a giant floating rock. That giant floating rock has smaller floating rocks, and our floating rock doesn't have a bad guy in many the miles. And so you have a bad guy defense mechanism and bad guy pushing mechanism, which just exists and it will exist and persist over time. And so you don't really get to have a right that at presentist sense, you don't like it. Federalist 41, a good thing. Yeah, thank you. Blackwater, check out my most recent video, hype the stream, and whatever. Just also have a great day. Thank you for advertising me. Let me advertise myself even more. I appreciate it. That's a shout out to you. I love it. This is one of those arguments when people say, well, Donald Trump, how close are we to our founding principles? But actually, technically speaking, do we still have a system that worked 20 years ago and will work 20 years in the future? Would Donald Trump's ICE administration have worked 20 years ago? Would it have worked 40 years ago? Would it have worked 50 years ago or 80 years ago? Right? These are banana for scales. These are bigger questions. This isn't like Pastor Doug Wilson asking you what you think about women voting. This isn't like Pastor Doug Wilson or someone similar telling you to think about gayness outside of Leviticus and making fun of it. This is very different. This is asking about, well, is ICE foundationally an administration that's meant to work when Americans are racist? And you want to prove that America is not racist, and this is geopolitical. And it turns out there's zero evidence that argument can be supported. It's like saying, well, can a square screw go in a screw hole? If it's not for square screws, whatever those are, who knows, weird, obscure, exotic shapes or something like this. And it's never the case that that's true, right? It's never the case that when you hire someone to go do a job, what do you learn? You learn about how effectively those people can go do the job, right? And so you have, on top of this, you don't even have this like pure experimental sense that's making a point. That neoconservative national Donald Trump might say, well, we're not racist, and look at how inclusive we're going to all be one day. You actually have something very different. You have racist comments coming from Washington. You have racialization, spatialization of things. You have people having bias and different opinions because it suits them, not because it's evidence, driving the development of this ICE organization. And on top of this, you have tangible evidence that it just doesn't work in 2026 either, right? It is unfair to make a point when people's civil rights are being violated. When you don't have a minimal government, you do not have a government that's acting least or acting not at all, right? So where is the conservative value, the disestablishmentarian value of, well, if you don't need to enforce immigration, you just shouldn't. And it turns out you just don't need to enforce immigration. Donald Trump lied to you about crime statistics. They've lied to you about crime statistics for a long time. Why don't you think the Tea Party did it? Because people had internet research. Fact-checking was the meme in 2010. Go back in time. Why wasn't the case that the Tea Party, by and large, was winning with the message that you have murderers, you have rapists, you have sexual assault people coming from all types of brown countries? Well, there's two reasons, right? The main reason was that fact check was the meme. The second reason was that fact check was also about, maybe we were talking about inclusion back then. So we were saying, hey, well, what's the actual reality? And then what's your reality? We shouldn't be backing away or be ashamed to say that, yeah, seeing a more prominent role of, maybe a Mexican American or Latinx Congress caucuses, we shouldn't be backing away from the role that elements of social and economic conservatism or progressivism away from issues of race were making their way up. And then we were also asking about this question of what the actual reality was. And the reality was in 2010, and the reality is in 2026, that while billionaires can tell you, a billionaire could try to tell you that you should be racist against brown people and deport them all. And then in 2026, when the billionaire didn't do it good enough, you have Donald Trump telling you the same information from a different place. Hey, what's up, Sushi Wushy? Okay, Hondas. And so I would bring this up again back to nationalism, the point that you can ask, you in good faith can ask, what do we learn? What do we know? What should we know? What do you know? What can you know? What should you know? It's not morally right for American religious people who don't believe in science to use technology or electricity. Yeah. So these are all cases where I do believe that we can do better as a country. And part of being better as a country is not lying. If James Madison could tell you something true about how we fund a military, that it's not supported on this thin top, it's not this spinning world, but it's something robust to have a Commonwealth fund that funds the military. And Donald Trump asks about the 1776 moment. Hey, this is one of the most important parts, maybe the most important part of the 1776 moment. You're not going to have tyranny. You're not going to have foreign invaders. And then you get to live in a peaceful world. By and large, was this true? By and large, yes, this was true. At any given time, it appears that it was true. And yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and end this poll. And it looks like some people got the right answer. So 48% of you guys said opinion, what is a goth mommy? So that's not the right answer. 19% said an improvement. That's correct. And then 14% said neither positive or negative. Correct. 19% of you said it hurts your opinion of me. That's incorrect. That was an incorrect answer. So you guys should be ashamed. It looks like almost 70%, but precisely 67% of you guys got explicitly the wrong answer on the poll. And so we'll just call that out real quick here too. We'll call that out here. Occam does cut against naturalism. Oh, wow. Hell yeah. Does he? Why does Occam's razor cut against naturalism? Yeah, if naturalism is supposed on a simple understanding of variable to phenomenology, I don't know how much more simple it gets. Or not phenomenal. Well, maybe phenomenology, but it's variable and phenomenalism, right? It's saying that, well, there's a phenomenal nature to the variable, but there you go. There's also a phenomenal nature to what it's like to hold a cup. And so I can say that I can measure the plasticness of this plastic in the ways plastic is measured. And so what's more simple? Anything I say about plastic or believe about this cup it is not like saying God has me holding this cup. It is like saying that the cup is something else. It's also the cup, but it can be something else too if you want it to be. Give them nothing, seed no ground. And I chimed in with the haven't you people ever heard of? Closing the gosh darn door. No, it's much better to face these kinds of things. With the sense of poison rationality, I chimed in. Haven't you people ever heard of? You guys still have audio? Hopefully you guys can still hear me. Ow. I'm squishing up a little bit, guys. Steve Madden, glasses raised. Any questions? Hold on. I'm going to... All right. Whoops. Hey, that's not right. That's not right. Ew. Let's just do this one. All right. I should probably make more videos for you guys. Hey, what's going on, Ping Pingy? I should probably make more videos as well. Who knows? We can do more God video topics and stuff too. Yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Owie, 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 owie. Is there anybody out there with somebody to love? I'm just kidding. I'm just joking around a little bit, guys. Hell yeah. Hey, Mike Grants, good to see you. Yeah, I hope you're having a great Saturday. I appreciate the kind words and well wishes to you. There's some, looks like there's some academic debate about Jesus loving others in a context I don't know about it. I don't know a ton of history about Napoleon. I'm not a huge history guy, right? I know I should be. But I like history in the sense that people may be related to the body politic. Like, to me, that's interesting. And so, yeah, there's always, right? This is one of the reasons I don't like history, is there's always people screaming over the top of what's going on. And so Napoleon is no different. And to say that, well, the period, the periods of the French Revolution, also the periods of, massive labor protests in modern Europe, these periods where Marxism, socialism, technologicalism, nihilism, these ideas were clashing, right? In some sense, these are really healthy for societies and civilizations. In some sense, politically, oh my gosh, thank you so much. We got gold coins dropping in chat. Shout out. Thanks for the hype. Yeah. And so in some sense, I appreciate it. Huge shout out. Thanks for all the support recently too. I see you out there. And so in some sense, those topics of ideology and history, they go together a little bit, but just my own interests and stuff kind of go the other direction. I love learning from people. Derek from Myth Vision talks about mythicism. He talks about really well, like the Bible stories, Christianity, this kind of stuff. And then, there's definitely a lot of scholars of politics who look at history and what data exists, right? What data exists, what it says about various economic modalities, how people buy, sell, and trade stuff, where it came from, who supported it, who liked it. What actually, if there's a big bubble that's saying, hey, this is our economy, and then there's one thing that kind of broke it. It's like the opposite of a heart, but you've got this circle and then it's like an upside down heart kind of, and it's saying, well, here, this pushed in, now we have a conflict. That's what political scientists say. It's obvious sometimes, but it's never so obvious. So that's the kind of stuff I like a little bit. Bottom-up construction presupposes materials rules. Oh, cool. Heck yeah. Yeah, Sample Boss. I would go recommend checking out John Searle. You're using construction. This is a disambiguation. So just normal business as usual, right? Look in the part, but yeah, cool. So, I was thinking John Searle talking about constructivism, and he said, well, when we're talking about something slightly different when we talk about knowledge in a society versus what knowledge is. There are some rumors. I will mention this. I remember seeing there were rumors that John Searle wrote a feminist apt epistemology and metaphysics system for constructivism in conjunction. While conjoined to some undergraduates or research students, etc. But who knows? I don't know what it was. But John Searle, very important American philosopher too. Who knows? Yeah. Who knows? I don't know. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, but anyways, if you guys see the super chat goal, I mentioned this yesterday. I have bills, I have foodstuffs, and I have broken Steve Madden glasses. I had Chanel glasses in college. Real Chanel glasses. These are real Steve Madden, so it's very saddening. High quality glasses, and this thing broke. So I want scratch resistant lenses. I want, maybe I will buy used. I'm responsible. I am a content creator, so I'm aware of myself. So maybe I'll go on eBay. But yeah, I would like to look at House of Tom Ford, Gucci, etc. I'd like to look at Ballugianis and Fujianis. And I would like to look at, maybe Chanel again, see if maybe I nailed it. Maybe I got some things right. Maybe there's some things I need to work on. These are kind of my goals in life. And so that's why I'm grifting for money. But yeah. Hell yeah. 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 Yeah, but I was reading the other day, Thomas Hobbes was mentioned. This was kind of a funny drop to my email. I did notice it. That yeah, I got a funny drop to my email, and it was about Hobbes, Thomas Hobbes, and contractarianism. And contractarianism focuses on people a little bit more. It says, well, why do people agree to the social contract, right? If you are a rational person with self-interest and a political social animal, sort of, but you recognize the world around you. Why does this person, why on the layer below the theory, actually the deepest thing possible, one of the deeper points of the theory, why do you relate to a society in some way? And so, one of the funny lines that people on the internet might think is funny is that, there is a significant question of why some people might even prefer a little bit of squabble, a little bit of the fight, the griftingness of things. These are also rational actors. And so there's questions people may ask in political theory that does better into the future. It builds maybe thinking about uncovering quality conversation. So the right sort of academic conversation on the layer of metaphysics and epistemology. But just one layer above this also, talking about, well, how do you actually narrow or expand the space where you're saying, well, these are what rational people, rational decision makers, and the whatnot are. And so in contractarianism, you might say, well, someone loves the grift of everything. And so it doesn't make sense, right? Proto-liberalism undermines itself. You cannot give all your security concerns over to a government. Maybe it's the case you do only give some of your security concerns over to the government, or the opposite is true. A fool can only argue for fools. And so someone saying, well, I might be the guy getting the violence against me, honestly, or I might be the person perpetuating violence for the griftingness, the sort of, the scraping around the middle parts of society where social stratum and social class is not described, not owned by the government. And so this is also a very interesting aspect of Thomas Hobbes's contractarian philosophy is that maybe so you can have a debate about, well, is this person in their right mind? Do they have a valid political view? If someone says, I want to be in society with you because I want to steal from you, right? That's why I want to do this. And that's the honest truth, and it's not going any further. Thomas Hobbes might just say, well, a fool speaks words to fools. And so you can go find someplace else to say that. And then Thomas Hobbes may also say, well, no, you just can't really hold that view. Shut up, right? I'm going to tell you to shut up. And guess what? You don't have to listen to me, a philosopher. But if people enter into a legitimate social contract, which has pre-liberal or proto-liberal values, where we give over more rights for security, we give over more rights, and this is irrespective of economic considerations, then that's what loses. John Rawls says these become economic considerations. They become about games. They become economic considerations. He says that the smarter person should know about things. You should know about things like political rights, opportunity, and building wealth. So you would be a person deciding in society about having a castle. You'd be a person deciding in a society about having a reformed school bus you live out of as well. You'd also be the person deciding in a society where you are thinking and talking about just having access to school and job. Who knows? Maybe in your mind, you put those things because you're a fucked up person. You put those things in the same bucket. Maybe that's right? Maybe you put it in the same bucket and you don't know why it happens. And maybe that's right as well, right? Doesn't really matter. John Rawls assumes you know this, and he assumes you're just deciding where it's relevant. So you're not deciding about other countries, places, or things. He stays away. He says, yeah, come recruit me, Uncle Sam. We should go do more of this. Basically, more or less what the asshole was asking about. He said, this is what we're talking about here. We had no idea. We just didn't know. No one had noticed at this point in time. No one had noticed this. Yeah. And so who knows, there's also this a hard candy, right? There's a huge fight that can exist in political science and scholastic philosophy, scholastic sort of versions of politics as well, a little bit, right? Why wouldn't you have it be the case that we do argue about the fine-tuning effects in political governments. We should know about property laws and property rights. We should know a lot about taxes, when, where, from whom, to where, to what. And these effects, when you think about urban design and who these things benefit and help, can make a population happier, and more or less our society can push forward to the big one, right? The big things that change, things that are equivalent to the end of the Cold War. So you're a good governor, you're good at governance, you're good at nation building, and we want the big swings that are like the first Commonwealth Constitution. We want big things like the end of the Cold War. We want big things like China's eventual success with the Great Leap Forward. Any society talks about these types of terms. We want things like manifest destiny is done. Okay, civil rights is done. These are the types of things that people actually want to live peaceably. But then you can just say also, well, love conquers all, and go back to old Hobbes and contractarianism. Why not? Why wouldn't we maybe consider for ourselves or for others that someone like Thomas Hobbes left out these arguments about what people want? And one of the reasons is because you never end up having a society where there's not some sort of semblance of love that's ultimately driving the thing forward. So you don't need to be a technocrat. You actually don't need to be having debates and discussions about all this little detailed stuff that you wouldn't vote for in the first place. But instead, it's actually the case, or it's closer to the case, that you just have to actually have people's best interests in heart. Hey, shout out Andy. Thanks for hyping the stream. We got a star in chat. Good to see you. Hey, what's going on? Hello, hello. So I'm scholastic. I'm so scholastic right now. Heck yeah, Louis sis. Shout out to you, man. Yeah, I'm just gonna, you guys, if you guys are here, we can all do Scholastic Politics is the new category, but the niche works, guys. You guys helped me for only one little thing we want to talk about. I want to talk about. You guys helped me add 500 subs last month, so we're trying to go a little bit slower in that. Trying to get video shorts out for my own self and stuff. So yeah, but mostly it's good, really cool to me to see you guys coming into live streams. I'm kind of like an attached ex-boyfriend, a creeper. I get sad if I don't see you guys. I love seeing you guys come say hi in chat. And yeah, absolutely. And so I hope you guys are, yeah, and you're a scholar MF. I thought that was the right answer. You're a scholar, mofo. I'm a scholar, motherfucker. Hell yeah. Heck yeah, dude. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, you also good luck and have fun. Governor for California. GG's. Hype. I don't know who's running in California. Is it going to be, what can they actually do, right? What constraints does California already have in place? You know, it's what you get when you industrialize. I like the lady folk. She responded well. I saw some guy, who was it? I think it was Xavier Beccaro. I was watching the debate a little bit. I don't know a lot, but I was watching the debate. And yeah, Xavier. I think it was Xavier Beccaro who was talking about attracting businesses to California, and his answer was really disappointing. His answer was like, well, California has so much to offer businesses. And so when you ask, why do businesses leave California and why do they start? You have to look at the things that they can do. And it's like, cool, well, you're just telling me that businesses start and move places because of the things where they start and move places. And, I think it was Katie Porter who very astutely, wisely, with great tact and great intelligence, Katie Porter with great astuteness, intelligence, basically said, responded to this as saying, so, people have businesses in California because you can start a good business. California is a good place, right? And so and I don't want to take her words out of context, but to me, I felt that was a very powerful answer, that if you don't know, why don't you just say what California is? If not like as in she doesn't know or she can't contribute to a solution for helping California remain competitive, despite being home to many competitive businesses as it is, right? But not having complacency, if that's what people want to talk about. That's why democracy is talking in some way. What is the conversation about? But I also felt Katie Porter was very astute there. Hey, shout out. Thanks for the sparkles too. Shout out to you. I appreciate all the stream love, the hype. That's awesome, guys. Guys, if you guys are not like Andy Lima, you don't have, if you have the ability to, just upload some gems onto your YouTube account. It makes streaming a lot of fun for people like me. It supports us financially. You know, you guys might think it's silly, but 30 cents coming through helps me buy a cup of coffee in the morning. Chili peppers like that, huge, like it helps me buy a cup of coffee in the morning, that kind of stuff, guys. So I appreciate you guys. I appreciate Andy Lima. And yeah, consider supporting your favorite streamers. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be cool. You know, who knows? I don't live in California, so maybe I should go over and hopefully they put out something interesting. It would be cool to see, you know, if California, it's very unfair thinking, but, you know, if California could be a model for investment, it could be a model for investment, and it could be a model for capturing changes that have occurred and will occur. And, you know, finding sort of what works when there is a lot of criticism coming toward the state. And some of that is maybe meaningful criticism. It is about what will happen into the future. And it's talking about things that produce suffering in the past, right? You know, it's valid for them to say, you know, well, California, you guys supported deregulated energy markets for too long, right? You were ineffective at stopping that threat coming to Californians. You guys were too slow to respond to poor vaccine distribution schemas. So you can basically go to any hood in California, and you supported that perception for too long as a state. It should have been a conversation and awareness and actual producing the tangible fucking result campaign. But yeah, to see someone like Katie Porter perhaps having that opportunity to create the model that produces actual success for the state of California, and also finding what's competitive right now. I would love to see that. I would love to see that from either party, but I think people that GOP, you know, Fox News is running away from MAGA Republicanism. They're all back to GOP. And while MAGA Republicanism, you know, these guys haven't said, well, fuck this president, right? They haven't said this president has wasted fucking billions of dollars hurting people. Hell yeah, the high five gift. Thank you so much for that, dude. I appreciate that. I love that one. Thank you so much, dude. That's sick. Thank you. Bam, bam, bam. Appreciate it. Did I miss one? No, that's the high five right there. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. California is a model of failure. Yeah, maybe. It's a big state with a lot of people. It has that responsibility of being on the western seaboard for us. It, you know, just like a lot of places, it has more maybe a better way. You can say either it has a border with Mexico, like MAGA Republicans. Some conservatives may say, let's start here and talk about this. But it also has more international inlets and outlets than other states. It's a massive economy. It would be, what would it be? It'd be like a 20th or 30th something in the world if it was just its own country. And so a model for failure, maybe it's part of the United States. It's still part of our great republic, Commonwealth, and the whatnot. You were cool. Cool. Shout out. Yeah, I used to love going to San Diego, Santa Monica. I've been up to Napa a couple times. I spent some time in I had a friend that went to school in Stockton. Yeah, she got a really fancy pharmacy degree in Stockton, like Oakland area, Northern California. And so I spent time in Davis, in like that Oakland area, and then I've been to San Francisco a couple times. Yeah, used to work there, so it's a cool place. But what is it? That little Dutch town? What is it called? Lompoc, Solvang. So Lompoc and Solvang were the cool cities because I love drinking and eating foods. I used to love drinking and eating foods a lot more, but I've been to Solvang and the other, yeah, hell yeah. It's very cool. It's very cool. Cool. Yeah, hopefully. Yeah. One of my old buddies, my old manager, Mike, he had a degree from Cal Fullerton. So it's very funny. You know, he was a big fan of this random, like, small California state school, Cal Fullerton. Yeah. That's also dope. Yeah, that's dope. Very funny stuff. Yeah, so I don't know how you, and you're going to school right now. Cool. Yeah. Hey, shout out. Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. Hopefully you enjoy it, right? I had the mistake of not focusing on my immediate financial future. So hopefully you get to make some great choices once you get your nursing degree or whatever. And whatever. Who knows? Also, that sort of idea that, you're going to be impacting a lot of people. So just good luck and everything like that. Fullerton is prestigious here. Oh, cool. Hey, cool. Maybe that's why my manager was so supportive of that too. Yeah, cool. Shout out to you. Oh, cool. Diabetic. Yeah. Who knows? I don't get hired places. I remember I couldn't get hired places anymore if I was a vegan. I had a sous chef who had been written about not a sous chef. He was an executive chef. So he was yes chef, no chef, that kind of deal. And he would like tell jokes like, well, why would I hire you if you're a vegan, right? You can't eat the food. And so for him, that was a big aspect of it. But, also, just how you cook, how food and stuff is kind of cool. It's kind of interesting stuff or whatever. Hell yeah. Yeah. Whoops. Katie Porter. Where is my Hey, see you, buffoon. Have a good day. Take care. Yeah, bye. If science teaches anything really, which underlies the whole thing, a method. Oh, cool. Shout out also. I'll give a quick shout out to Turbo. We got our other top fans here. We got Danny Kuo and we got Oppenhammer as well. And then obviously, what's his name? Obviously, homie sending gifts and stuff too. Yep. So shout out to Andy and shout out to our top fans. Thank you guys for being here in chat today. I appreciate you guys enormously. Yeah. Shout out $8. Yeah. But I would think California can also be a driver for the form of global citizenship that we should look for, right? Not the type that ships American jobs other places, but if you want to have a friend in another country, wouldn't you want to have a friend in Italy? You'd want to have, if not that, you'd want to have a friend in a place like Korea, China, in Pakistan, in India. Why wouldn't you want to have a friend in Pakistan, right? And so it's very strange to think that we have the same schools, we have the same internet, we have the same values, and we can't just be friends places. So someplace like California, who has that giant state school system, it's like, yeah, couldn't this also be something that isn't experimenting with taxpayers' dollars, but is doing the work that needs to be done irrespective, that builds that model, right? Builds that understanding. Even if it's saying, well, hey, look, this is what we've discovered. Kansas or Oklahoma, you need this. Oklahoma and Kentucky, you guys are sort of suffering because you've elected Rand Paul too many times. You guys are suffering because you went with Bible Belt politics, and you're suffering because you truly didn't stand up and oppose Donald Trump's message. And so now your shithole state is falling apart. You guys wanted to hate the government and drive the pain home of nationalism. Now you guys have accomplished that. Now you've accomplished that. And so saying that California could be a model for a system that works and seems to be trucking along, and then also can either do more themselves, compete for themselves, or compete for other beneficent levers in the US government. This isn't Zohran Mamdani either. This is just saying hire good governance, right? Hire for the common interest, hire for hire for many people's political beliefs and their deeply held political beliefs, not just what's available on the surface. Show people how good government actually works. Why not? Why not, everyone? Cool. All right, guys, we are still hanging out. My name is Nathan. Online, I go by Duck. The channel is Duck's Why. We cover politics, philosophy, topics like ethics, geopolitics, whatever. Try to sort of take on a little bit of a scholastic lens. We can do debates, conversations, whatever, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so if you guys want to support the channel, feel free to come say what's up in chat. If you guys are just hanging out for the time being, shout out to you guys, recognize it, see you guys all out there. And then, yeah, and a little bit today, we're talking about the rollback questions that have come out of nationalist movements, not just in the US, but in places like Europe, it's not only Donald Trump, but it's also these far rights ranging from conservative, slightly conservative, to focusing, stopping things at the border. Very strange idea. Toward actual endorsing forms of ethnic or religious nationalism. And so it's very strange to say that that's not impacted the U.S. Here's some of the common sense thinking that we've lost. Is that, yeah, one would imagine that in the Western world, whatever it is, but there's a lot of ties in the U.S. to a place like Europe. And so common sense would dictate that if Europe has a rise of ethnic nationalism and religious and ethnic supremacy, you would think that this does impact the United States in some way. And you would just wonder where, how much, and how, what is it? How, right? I'm not saying you can't go have free speech, right? It's not, let's just say it is not violent extremism. It's political participation. It's the culling of civil society, but irrespective, apparently you're allowed to do it. How is that impacting us here? I don't know that I really want to buy more of it. That's what I would say is I want to buy as little of it as possible and, have the conversation that you guys decided you want to have. And yeah, my opinion is that, yeah, this can be a insistence moment. It can be a unify, whatever. It can be about insistence and just saying, yeah, I don't want more of it. But, MAGA Donald Trump, sort of this form of nationalism, doesn't ask that. They don't ask if Donald Trump's been trained and coached by Silvio Berlusconi and these other former corrupt, sex-addicted politicians in Europe. We don't ask that, well, this common sense thing that probably exists, we can just imagine that it doesn't exist. Or we take it on and we say, we're just going to buy more of it ourselves by talking about it. Yeah. We're going to say that Donald Trump came from The Apprentice. He was a big time reality television star. And so when he talks about billionaire messages, he talks about how you and your family should be so concerned about what's going on, what's passing through the border. And he says, well, this isn't related to the conveyor belt. This isn't related to the escalator or elevator of taking messages and marching orders from big oil companies, from billionaires, from these hate-based groups, these hate-based sort of economic modalities that aren't actually about the best things that the United States produced. It's not talking about what is providing jobs, what's producing innovation, right? Jeff Bezos, he introduced us, actually, here's an example of this. Jeff Bezos introduced us to this guy named like Marte or Jose some time back, right? And this guy, Jose, whoever it was, he was hanging out and he was saying, well, look, I have to take this extra step and a half every time I go into the Amazon truck. And so I set up my truck slightly differently, right? I brought this weird little step stool and I shifted these boxes. And every time when I come in the morning, I take 10 seconds to shift this box. And Amazon's manager said, hey, you had good metrics, or does anyone have ideas? And he said, yeah, hey, so I'm bringing my own step box in. And so when I'm going out delivering packages, I do this thing, it saves me a step and a half every time. I got annoyed by it. And so I fixed it. And yeah, Amazon actually updated all of their delivery trucks with this. And they said it saved like $30 million a year. If you want to think in terms of, gasoline and not just labor costs, right? $30 million a year they're spending on one step and a half, right? That's how big that company is. Huge. But you're also thinking about the energy or gas savings or the charge savings from the EVs. It goes even further, right? And so this was one guy. It turns out he was a, Latino guy, whatever. That has nothing to do with it, right? But it's just how Amazon does business. And the point is that, yeah, anyone can create these solutions. Is this the greatness of American capitalism? No, but it's a banana for scale for how the world actually works. You do not get rich because Donald Trump is going to take taxes off your tips. It's going to come back to you eventually, right? You're not going to get rich because Donald Trump promises you that you can start buying and selling things on OfferUp, start your own small business. Guess what? You've been able to do that forever. He is promising you just what has already existed for the last however many years. What you do get to pay for is failures in civil society stemming from the increased hiring and taxation related to federal agents, perhaps lawsuits of the federal government, and a entirely broken system of international relations coming from Donald Trump's theft and hatred. Hey, I don't know who you are, Amazing Lion. Have I? Let's see. Good to see you. You said, I don't like timeout. Well, have a good day. If you drink Sprite, I will like and subscribe. Cool. Hey, shout out to you. Yeah, good to see you. We are a politics. Nice to see you. Hopefully you're having a great day. We're a politics philosophy channel. I know there's only a couple people here right now. But yeah, typically what we talk about here is scholastic politics. I talk about philosophy and the whatnot, and etc., whatever it is. So cool. Yeah, my chemistry and algebra exams were easy. Cool. Hey, what's going on, Af? Great to see you as well. Yeah, shout out to you. Nice to see you. You're using the metaphysical metaphor of a tree with leaves and a deeper ground of trunk. The database doesn't have a central ground. Cool. Data collection methodology. Sick, dude. Ooh, that's cool. Metaphysical metaphor of a tree with leaves and deeper ground of a trunk. The database doesn't have a central ground. Oh, cool. Yeah, that would be good. Yeah, databases are really constructed. If I can, yeah, but I'm going to answer a little bit. Databases are really constructivist, like sort of interpretations of what is a database. And you might say it's Hegelian, right? You have to say what all databases are doing, and then you have to say what a database is. But that's not the fuck true, right? Because that's not where those came from. Those came from Raytheon, right? Those came from DARPA and government research programs, and then they came from Ivy League, and then they came from coordination with the United States and Western Europe, right? Western and Northern Europe. That is where basically all databases and the internets powered by databases came from. Whatever, you can move it around where you want it to be. And so, yeah, it's very interesting because the explanation for why a database works is electrons and switches, right? That is what a database, but that doesn't explain what you mean by coding in a database. So people will say, well, this is Hegelian. But you could say, well, ultimately, it seems like it would supervene. It seems like it would supervene in some sense that you have a physical quality. Essentially, I would say from the perspective of like Kit Fine or someone, I would say essentially you have an electrical charge, and then you have these switches, and in any configuration, you can build it up and say, well, my constructed reality is now about which switches have a charge and which don't. And that sounds pretty good, actually. That sounds pretty good. But you also don't need to be that, you don't need to go that far out. You can just say, well, it's less important because databases aren't meant to tell us how we interpret the database itself, right? Just because there is a design feature doesn't mean that there's a quality of the object of the database, which is like that. And evidence of this is that, like, yeah, modern database products, whether it is like an Azure AI server or something, or it's something else, but whoever's processing your data, and then whatever database code structure, if it's not a vector database, but you're using structured or structureless or whatever, like NoSQL, or you have a graph or something like this. Well, in any case, there's a lot of different ways to still do that. There's different design choices within that. And so, but the products look the same, right? And so you can either aggrandize it and say databases are the same or databases are different. But yeah, whatever. So you ultimately are just going to have some sort of graph or something and fucking update some shit or whatever it is, something like this or whatever. But yeah. You don't. Basically, I would say the quality of having a charge is close to fundamental. It seems close enough. Most people that code, most people that write software do not have physics degrees, and so they wouldn't know the different possible ways that you would say that charge in a switch has other supervening qualities that are more fundamental, or supervening qualities that are more grandiose. And then those physical qualities don't necessarily have some relation to the system of switches and charges. And so that is a more thorough explanation of why I would say, well, when you say a constructivist database or whatever it is, you might say that, yeah, it's something that's explained pretty simply, that someone could have a deeper exploration over philosophy of how it works, how it actually got designed in the first place. These are about the qualities. It's not about the qualities to interpret it, because there's so many different databases and no one needs to have any consensus or agreement. Just like a famous appeal is that you couldn't put your database theory to a subcommittee, and you said, well, it's because I'm an expert. Everyone agrees I'm an expert. I've designed 10 or 100 products. And so here's what it is. Here's my view on it. People could just say, well, you're an expert, but this is evidence that you're not talking about the right thing, right? The idea is wrong. So, oh, cool. Cool. Hey, read the comment above this one. I'm just going to time you out. My chemistry and algebra exams were easy. I already read that one. I'm just going to time you out. Feel free to hang out. You guys, if you guys want to all talk to each other and chat and stuff like that, yeah, ask. You guys feel free, introduce topics, ask questions, all this kind of stuff, and whatever. Free speech, get the heck out. Hey, what's going on, Bubba Gar? Good to see you too, I guess. Yeah. You guys do a free speech and the whatnot here, of course, as well. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you guys can decide. Yeah, absolutely, Bub. You guys can all decide what what you agree with, what you disagree with, what's fundamental. And this is one of the things is that, yeah, people in either militaries or around the world, North Korea has their own version of Linux. Facebook runs on Linux. They've got this LARP. It's called the LARP stack, I think. Isn't it LARP? But Facebook runs on Linux. I'm not a programmer, so you guys would lose me if we go any further. I'm not a comp sci guy, but yeah, and so to say that, well, there's all these operating systems that update databases around the world, and that is also, it is correct and accurate. It is precise to say that's just what they do. That is a solid approach. It's a very solid approach for anyone who wants to go forward. And then you can also say big social media companies. You could also say big technology companies, all of these things. These are all companies that are just running on big databases like this or something like that. And so there is not, the political belief is also very well founded. The political belief is very, very well founded on who has databases in general or what databases in general go do. But we're not talking about a technology conversation, right? This is not about the AI cybernetic future. There's no evidence that AI cybernetic futures are viable, right? There's no evidence that AI cybernetic futures are anything about politics, right? We're talking about just shit people go do. It's not even praxis, right? Because I can't tell you do or don't have a philosophy about what a database is. But if you're not referencing an electron in a switch or a physical, the quality is a quantity in a switch. The quality is a probability, which is basically just a 1 every single fucking time, as far as we can tell, except when it's not. Then you're not talking about, you're not using databases. You have to disambiguate those and just talk about what you do. Don't actually talk about what it is. And so that's how I would recommend solving that challenge too. It's a very cool, interesting conversation. What you represent is powerful. Keep it up. Hey, thank you. Yeah, we're trying to build a community focusing on scholastic politics. That's what I'm trying to do. A little philosophy. I can't tell you guys what it is, what it do. But it's just me hanging out here and stuff like that too. Mr. Matt is a gnat with a flying super cat. Heck yeah. Hey, shout out. That's pretty dope. Mr. Matt is a gnat with the flying super cat. Yeah. Mr. Matt is a gnat with the flying super cat. Yeah. Would you rather bring any one of your ancestors to present or let future generations take you to the future? Whatever you guys want to do. I wouldn't want to change where I am right now. I don't know. I don't care that much. Maybe, so I'm a Buddhist atheist. If you guys didn't know, I'm a Buddhist atheist, and maybe I'm also a Buddhist nihilist as a result. Just kidding. Yeah, no, I think you can find and describe and settle on and have discoveries about meaning in any given time in reality and history, right? Don't be alarmed by that. It's just, it is something that is what it is. No offense, right? And so again, I'm asking you guys right now for an orange super chat. So I go purchase some Steve Madden glasses. It is not something I've considered. I want to replace my Chanel glasses. I'm not lying. I did not break these because I don't break things to ask for money. But you can see these are not correct. These are not correct. I would get perhaps laughed out of. Do you guys know I would be laughed out of or have a depressing experience? I go to get some eggs Benedict. I go to get brunch, right? I'm going out there and, it's not Patrick, Beth, David, but they say, hey, who are you? What do you do? Is this social media? Is this a stunt? Is this a prank? Is this a joke? And I say, hey, forget about it. It's whatever, right? Any questions? And I say, hey, more so I was saying, what does it take to get a fucking iced tea here, right? No, I want a fucking Framer's iced tea. I didn't say I want an iced tea. Do you not listen? Okay, that's what it's like for me. So I have to go explain this to people. It's a source of conflict. It's a source of confusion. So I'm asking you guys to help me buy fashion equipment in my life. What is nihilism? Do you know? Yeah, I do. So would you rather bring any one of your so nihilism is the idea that there is no value, there's no meaning or value in reality, right? So economic thinking. So it's whatever you say it is. Some people say I think in economic terms just by default. Some people say I think in moral terms just by default. There's actually, I think, in my experience terms, and there's no one or right answer. They're all basically the same thing, right? That's what a Buddhist would tell you is, yeah, these are all things that have been described as it's pretty good. You can be pretty smart, pretty compassionate, do any of these things, but they're all empty, right? So Buddhism's ask or ideology, if you want to say it's ideological, is saying, well, see why it is, understand why it is, but also mention it's empty. But nihilism comes from someone named Jean-Paul Sartre. Jean-Paul Sartre is a great starting point for nihilism, even deeper than existentialism. And he says, well, there is a lack and emptiness inside of the being of everything. So guess what? If I'm this cup, and I'm going to go get some coffee in just a minute here, but if I'm this cup, he says I can have friends and family, and then even the emotional and mind reasons why I have so much friends and family value. I have a career, I have a job, I have my favorite sports team. Shout out to Duck. Shout out to myself first and foremost. Secondly, shout out to Michael Jordan. But Jean-Paul Sartre does tell us, he reminds us that inside the ontology, the beingness, there's nothing, right? There's a lack or emptiness. It's not even nothing, it's a lack or an emptiness. So when you say the word nothing, there is something more nothing than what you imagine that nothing is. And so nihilism, so I can say, well, I'm pretending to have all these values, but then it's nothing. And then when I say, well, it's even more nothing than me experiencing and saying this nothing, that's what nihilism is. Now you look like a Terminator. Hey, shout out Ricky Raps. Hey, what up, Alex? Alex, hello from Russia. Hello to Russia. Shout out. I hope I have a Russian friend now. And so shout out to you. Yeah. Of course, friends, fast friends. In the United States, we say fast friends. So shout out to you. Hello. Hipster pirate destiny. Hell yeah, brother. Didn't Jean-Paul Sartre sign that open letter to support the lowering of age of... He probably did, right? He probably did. I remember reading something. There's a Wikipedia article about there was just like we had natalism and anti-natalism in the US, there was a campaign in this time period in France where it was it was about fake sexual liberation, not like the Scholastic version. I've got a book on sexual liberation. It's sort of about that. It covers the sort of explanation or exploration of sexual identity. It's actually about sexual identity, but that topic relates to liberation as well. But anyways, I don't want to get too far into this because this is bumping into YouTube's TOS, even though it is educational, historical. It's, we're meant to have these conversations to learn as well as for entertainment value. So I don't know that I see, if you guys want to explore that history, you guys can go, take the shot on that, end up on some weird government list. I don't want to do that personally, no offense. But yeah, Jean-Paul Sartre, decent philosopher. I don't know why he wanted to think or know what he thought he knew, but he did apparently have this sort of weird idea. Shout out $8, everybody. I appreciate all your guys' support recently. I'm going to also, just for people coming in, I don't know if I have a pinned message up, but I'm going to drop the link. If you guys want to hype my most recent video, show support, learn something. It's full HD. It's got AI videos. Yeah, my most recent videos got AI videos. It's got edits. It's full HD, 1080p, and it's only about 6 minutes long. And so, yeah, I'm working on that kind of stuff too. I love doing these live stream with you guys, but it would be nice to be able to weekly or bi-weekly, maybe once every week or 2 weeks or whatever, either do a longer video, but I do want to get more views, right? Right now, the last video, this one's going well, but it's got about, let's say, but hey, I did not sell anyone a Cyberdom. Hey, I didn't do that. I'm gonna have to give that a quick timeout, just a quick timeout here. Shout out to you. I'm gonna delete those messages, guys. I am trying to stay. Whoops. Hey, bro. Hey, what's going on? Shout out. Good to see you again. Shout out, Mr. $8. And let's pin the message up. I know, guys, we are talking, we're hanging out. Say anything, guys. But yeah, I'm monetized, guys. This is my income here. And I'm in the US. I have US bills. I know we all have those same sort of life circumstances. And so for me, I'm trying not to ask too much of you guys, but I do back into my own time is spent either researching, writing, doing, making other content that I can produce out here for you guys. I'm not Mother Teresa, right? I ain't Mother Teresa, but that's one of the things I'm doing. I try to support some close friends in small ways with their own channels and stuff. So yeah, that's part of the reason why I'm trying to tune up my own stuff. I've got my own work to do to understand YouTube stuff, but yeah, with TOS stuff, guys, especially if it's not true, I don't want to talk about it, right? We want to be maximally authentic, put on a good show for you guys. I want to be able to go out and film a 10-minute video, capture 20 minutes of film, and then come back and make a video for you guys, right? Make the 5-minute, make a 10-minute video for you guys. I want to be able to introduce topics. You know, I know there's only a couple of us here, guys, and we are a small channel. We've got about 1.6 thousand subs. On any given stream, we get anywhere from 300 up to about 2,000 to 3,000 views. So we do a bigger stream sometimes, guys. But yeah, it's Saturday morning. If you guys wanted to come talk about stuff, have a philosophy chat room and stuff here, have a geopolitics or IR chat room here, talk about politics and stuff like that. Cool, come do it. Come do it, guys. My name's Nathan. It's Duck. Online, it's Duck. Any questions, guys? What's up? How are you guys doing? And yeah, I like hanging out. I like all that kind of stuff. So Jay Cyberdome, hopefully you're doing good. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. What's up? I hope you guys are all freaking good, right? Let's go. Let's not drop the ball. I want to go get coffee. I want to go take a little tinkle, whatever, blah, 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 blah. You guys don't need to know about me like that. You stole Ryder, I have no idea what you're talking about, but shout out to you too. I hope you're having a great weekend, having a little bit of fun. And yeah, my name's Nathan. Online, I go by Duck. And yeah, I like to party. I like to talk about politics. If you guys want to debate MAGA Republicanism, you guys are getting beat the crap out of, right? You guys are getting, you guys don't want Guissepe to buy his Chanel or Ballugiani sunglasses. So whatever. Chanel or Ballugiani or bust, guys. This guy's saying I stole from my freaking grandma. I don't even know what that means. I have no idea what that means. Cool. That looks like random words that you pulled out of a random word generator to me. Cool. Dude, are you on the spectrum? Are you on, I mean, I don't care. I don't know what you want to know, but yeah, should I be or should I not be? Which one? Jeff is figured I'd ask. That's not typing, right? Why don't you, if you send questions like that, this is what I don't get is if you don't read the words that you say, then why are I know we're hanging out, but why are we talking like that? Like watch the stream for 5 minutes before you send a question like that. Mr. Scientifically illiterate. Yeah, whatever. I don't care. Scientifically, grammatically, right? We don't have to say words that mean things here, but don't be mean. Don't be mean either, right? I'm not asking for someone to white knight for me because whatever. Like it doesn't matter. Who knows? Maybe I'm ADHD. Maybe I have Asperger's. I'm high performing neurodivergent or something. I'm not asking for someone to white knight for me. If I miss a comma and it aggravates you that much, you're on the spectrum. It didn't aggravate me. I was observing it for you because you apparently didn't notice the time period, right? So you want to make it about something that it's not. So I don't even know what it is, right? But that's apparently what it is. You silence people when they correct you. Correcting me on your personal opinion that's closely held to your chest that you haven't thought about, you have no evidence for, because you guys want to debate MAGA Republicanism, you want to debate Donald Trump. Yeah, I saw messages being retracted on my side. So if you want to know what I see, Alex, I saw your messages coming out as retracted. It obviously did. You had an entire meltdown about it. Well, guess what? I spend and spent the, if you want a banana for scale or a me versus you comparison, forget about it. It's whatever. I spent my last 5 years writing in English. I spent my last 5 years writing grammatically correct, semantically meaningful sentences, and I still do. I don't care who I'm talking to. If I'm talking to one of my goth mommy, dom mommy subs, I still say the same shit. It's whatever. You think I'm fucking joking? What do you have? How do you talk to women, right? How about that? How do you talk to the partner, the type, the style that you parabond with, etc.? You know, you are out there copulating relationships and the whatnot. I speak in English. Come on, forget about it. What do you think it is? What do you think it is? And scientifically illiterate, right? I'm not a scientist, if that's what you're curious about. But that doesn't mean that that doesn't, in terms of like, even short of science communication, but informing a political belief, I'm more than qualified to do that. I've walked through, if you guys want me to show off, brag about myself, not Guissepe doing a fundraising for Chanel or Ballugiani sunglasses, but you want Ducker Nathan to actually talk to you guys about what he does in the world, what he's qualified for, I'll do that again. I'll walk through it again. Well, you see, when I talk, I don't need to type a comma. Hey, cool, whatever you want it to be. I don't really care. That's your style, then that's awesome, right? You know, sometimes some of my goth mommy, dom mommies, you know, some guys that I see, it's not them, right? But they are taking on all of the gooner responsibilities for their gooner audience. And these guys are so lost, they're so without a point or a purpose that I myself have to be that rock, right? This is the part that people say is awesome. It's perhaps about bravery and courage a little bit. It's about heroism. And so when I take on that responsibility for my goth mommy, dom mommy subs, because they've taken on that responsibility, hey, we are like a train, right? Here I am, there you are. Enough said, right? What else would you say about it? Come on, forget about it. I feel bad your family had to deal with such a burden. Hey, I'm so sorry, right? Yeah, of course, we're talking about our human brains. We have emotions, we have subjectivity, we have rationality, we have irrationality, and why those terms apply to just our God-given experience. Every cognate, every cognitive thought, every metacognition, every time we think about thinking, what we think, this is suddenly neatly categorized into the general sort of bucket of an irrational thought. Saying something like, well, I like stronger dark chocolate. That's true. I maybe do like stronger cacao nibs. I'm a vegan, so I like vegan chocolates. But you're going to pick me up and bring it down and try to say something like, well, justify that to me. Tell me why you're justified being you. Justify being yourself, just being some way. And saying, okay, cool. Well, I'm just going to go, in reality, if it was actually Nathan, I would just not be friends with any of you, right? I would just ban you guys from the channel. And there you guys go. It appears either I selected myself down or you guys are doing well selecting yourselves down. And yeah, and that's, so it doesn't have to be rational, irrational, et cetera, et cetera. It's just, yeah, I don't know why your opinion has to be hateful, right? You're saying you can be creative in a mean, hateful, antisocial way. So that doesn't fly here every single time. Some days it's Saturday, right? Who knows? If there's nothing else happening, it's not that there's only 4 people here, but if there's only 4 people here and we're not disrupting a prior conversation, I don't care. That's how you guys want to talk, and that's part of my job. Then that is part of my job. Other days, I'm just going to ban you from chat. I'll either time you out for 24 hours, or I'll just, when I get sick of it, I'll hide you guys on the channel. Because if you guys want to select yourself down to the point of forcing other people to be mean people, to not be authentic, not be themselves, I don't need that. I don't need help with that. I have other challenges that aren't other people. Does that make sense? Any questions? Enough said. Jesus fucking Christ. Holy shit. I like honestly don't know what the fuck that is. Hey, what's going on? Carlo and Cosmic. Good to see you guys. Oh, you got that funny look to you, CosmicOrigin.exe. Shout out to you. Must have been difficult. All right. I just don't know who you are, and I don't know why you came in wanting to talk or think like this. If you don't see yourself right now, then you can come back in a day. Maybe you'll see yourself then. Maybe that's the next time you'll see yourself. Adios, bro. Peace, motherfucker. We'll see you later, bitch. Bitch. We'll see you later, bitch. What's up? What's up? Oh, I'm sorry, dude. Shout out $8. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Guissepe's channel. This is a fundraise for Chanel and Ballugiani sunglasses. Anything below $20, you can keep it. Anything below $20, go give it to another YouTuber. I take orange super chats. I take pink super chats. I take red super chats. I'm in the US. My bills are in USD. Join a membership. Gift some memberships. Sign up for the duck pond. Come learn who Hans Morgenthau is. That's not how you pronounce it. It's Hans Morgenthau. Come learn about Kenneth Waltz. Kenneth Waltz is not a post officer guy. He doesn't work at the postal system. He's Kenneth Waltz. Okay? So if you guys want to come to me and talk to me about nonsense, you guys want to start debates that nobody on the internet wants to have, you want to start debates that small YouTubers with little 15-year-olds in their audience want to have, I don't give a fuck about that. This is a grown boy, grown fucking ass man channel. You can get the fuck off my channel if you're not respecting Guissepe's fucking rules, bitch. Welcome to the fucking internet, bitch. What's up? Are you a fucking adult or are you not a fucking adult? Jesus Christ, man. Are you smoking the stizzy? I don't know what the fuck that is. Does this look like it's clean or not? I'm a vegan. Forget about it. Do I drink alcohol? Forget about it. Do you know my friend Molly? Forget about it, everyone. Forget about it. Come on, come on. Welcome to the show, everybody. Are we talking about politics or not? How many of you guys want to teach your little kids about nationalism in the United States? You want to have them doing what Donald Trump says is best for your family. You have your kids raised by another man already. Holy shit. That's amazing to me. You Gen Z kids out there, you guys are in your 20s. You're already letting another man raise your family. Bullshit. Yeah, around the dinner table. Talk about why mommy didn't need to go to college. Talk about why mommy didn't need to vote. Talk about why mommy, if she's black, she didn't need civil rights protections. She didn't need a voice in Washington, a man to speak up for her. Bullshit. What kind of nationalism is that? That's nationalism. Marxism, I've read it. Marxism is the ideology, right? Karl Marx was an economist. He was an ideologue as well, and he was also a philosopher. So Marx has many different types of works in many different fields and disciplines. You're asking me about Marxism. I'm aware of Marxism. I'm not aware of Marxism existing anywhere in the world today. Marxism doesn't exist anywhere. If you want to look at that evolutionary history, it took less than 50 years to rid the world of Marxism. We still get idiots, the men raising your kids today in the United States, telling you what to think, what to believe. Daddy didn't know. Bull fucking shit. Come talk about it. Come talk about it. It's not going to fill your brain with the right info. Then it's going to be someone else raising your kids. You can't even do anything about it because you voted for little Marco Rubio. You voted for little fucking Pete Hegseth, the rapist. You voted for fucking Donald Trump. So you've got these men raising your families, raising your fucking kids. And you're talking to me about Marxism. The world was rid of Marxism in the year 1900, right? The Russians tried it. It became Bolshevik, right? The Jews living in diaspora tried it. It became Zionism. The Chinese tried it. It became a state-run technocratic socialism that is diverging from nationalism to liberalism. So you guys want to know where these ideas were tried out? Guess where else we end up? We end up in New York City. New York City. It's not some infinite place. Donald Trump will have, New York City must be the fuck infinite. The fuck it is, right? They elected a fucking democratic socialist mayor. No one gives a shit. I don't care. Guissepe does not care. Your buddy Duck doesn't care. That's not Marxism. That is not Marxism. So what's my opinion about Marxism? I don't have one. Cool. That's not a helpful statement. What's your diagnosis? Assuming I have something wrong with me. If you can't keep up with the conversation, ask chat for help. I'm not your friend. I'm not your buddy. I'm not your pal. I'm educated. I have a degree. I used to make $300,000 a year before I did this shit. Not a sales guy, not a sales bro. So don't rush to any kind of judgment because you're not wrong about some of it. You are wrong about all of it. This is what Donald Trump wanted. He said, hey, go sell stuff on the yard sale. Ask your wife for a sad fucking hand job under the table. Go fuck yourself. You guys let another man raise your family. You let another man tell you your values. You guys are the patriarchy. You guys are men. Bull fucking shit. I haven't watched a day of fucking Andrew Tate in my life. Guy's a fucking pussy. Guy's a fucking pussy bitch. He couldn't stand up for himself if he tried. What a fucking bitch. You know what? You can get the chat room. How about that? There's 24 hours. Adios, buddy. Try it again. We do scholastic politics. We do philosophy, ethics. We do dramas. Go watch the videos. Go leave a comment. Go hype the stream. Upvote them. Downvote them. YouTube doesn't care. I don't care. Go to my last video. Hey, why don't you drop $100 on my last video like someone else, bitch? Do you get paid to make 5-minute videos? Someone gives you $100 because you fucking fart on your video section? Bitch, get the fuck off my channel. Why don't you guys go to my last video, like it, hype it? Do you guys wonder why I make $100 in 5 minutes? Go fuck yourself. Buy me some fucking Chanel, Ballugiani sunglasses, super chat. Support your favorite streamers. Nothing under fucking 20. Nothing under fucking 50. Nothing under 100. Nothing that's not a membership. You guys have some of those YouTube gems uploaded. I don't give a shit. Hype the stream. Hype the stream. Why don't you go hype someone else's stream? How's that work, buddy? You guys like that? What's up? Well, let's not make claims to authority as to why your points are valid. Just make valid points. Hell yeah. Produce evidences, right? We're talking about inference. We're talking about deduction. Yeah. It's not bad to have a rational, an objective view of the world, but once you have an objective opinion about why you believe something, and you say this is my political belief, so I believe that capitalism produces more wealth than other systems. It's justified because this is true in micro and macroeconomics, right? Macro and microeconomics can describe command economies versus liberal economies. Liberal economies outperform them. My political belief is that, well, you have to manage then for exploitation, you have to manage for access, and then you also have to just manage by which the pace of information produces disruption. So I don't believe in laissez-faire capitalism just because laissez-faire capitalism makes you rich as fuck like me. I don't believe in that. But I do believe that I have a political belief that is dependent upon those facts there too, right? So I am not an objectivist. I am not an objective person, but the way in which I am subjective is different than how you are, right? You are not objective like I am. I am objective in a sense that someone like Kamala Harris would come to me and say, hey, Duck, they've got these fucking eggs, Benedict, these eggs Florentine at this fucking place in Martha's Vineyard. You want to fucking come up to San Francisco? We can have fucking Anthony Bourdain. His fucking eulogy restaurant can come fucking serve us some food. Bottomless mimosas, bitch. And I would say, hey, Kamala Harris, what up, bitch? Let's go do this shit, right? We are both men here. We are both men here. Hey, what's going on, Sense Amelia? Shout out to you. Great to see you. Even left and right are kind of oversimplifications. I know we have two political parties here and we map that onto two sides, but both have layers. Awesome. Hey, we got Puggles in the chat. What up, Puggles? Shout out to you. Guissepe's on live today, bitch. What's up? What's up? Hey, Puggles, I got a rule for you today. So if you send money, I'm going to time you out for 24 hours unless it is the Dancing Disco Ball Party, the 400 USD gift in chat. I am done playing. I have a bunch of money and stuff that's going to be coming at the end of the month. So do not send anything unless it is a $400 disco ball. Puggles, I know you support the channel, but shout out to you. Also good to see you. Happy Saturday, Sunday. Was that an entire word salad? Every single fucking word was crisper than a dry gin martini with a perfectly measured splash of dry vermouth or semi-sweet vermouth, however you like it. It's not that dry. Hey, come on, get out of here. Get out of here. It's funny how a socialist can live in a capitalist country, but a capitalist can't live in a socialist country. How do you live in a socialist country, right? But a capitalist can't live. Yeah, a capitalist can live in a socialist country, right? Socialist countries do not have control of every market and industry. So just factually, it's wrong. I don't know what your belief or opinion is that comes from this. But yeah, if you're talking about ideology doesn't change the state of the world. It doesn't change what's true or not true. and people have said that like Great Britain is socialist because of NHS and whatever. And so saying that you're not a doctor who can just without reading regulations open a medical practice, well, that's even true in the United States, right? There's still regulations here. So, and so is it just as accurate for a GP who wants to, a general practitioner who wants to give your kid medicine, they want to be a prescriber for your child? They say, well, hey, I'm not free to do what I want. I'm a medical doctor, but I also read the Bible. I pray the gay away. I don't believe in vaccines, and I want to prescribe to your child, right? That's illegal in the United States. It's actually illegal. There's also civil liabilities there, right? There's civil and possibly criminal liabilities for that. And so, when you're talking about negligence coming from bias and misperceptions, can that person also say, well, we live in a socialist society because I can't pray the gay away and not give them the correct medicine when they're sick because I'm a fake doctor? I don't think they can. JD Vance, maybe the next US president, hopefully not, right? We should look at someone like JD Vance and say that he's followed the same nationalist marching orders. I've gone in depth into why nationalism is a damaging, dangerous force and why more or less you're letting another fucking man raise your kids, right? Get the fuck out of here with that. Any questions? Fuck you. Fuck you, buddy. Fucking bitch, piece of shit. What's up? No, bitch. I get yelled at all the time. This is what these fucking pussy bitches, they can't explain their fucking bullshit political views. And then I'm here on YouTube, I'm talking about how, hey, I'm not far right. I'm not far left. I'm not a centrist. What the fuck is a centrist? And they say, hey, I don't even see this guy knows more than me. I don't even see this guy's certified, right? This guy's fucking, I could show you right now in theory, if one of you guys sends me a $1 blue super chat, $1 blue super chat, I will go track down my MMA gloves. I have MMA gloves without fingers on them. I will go find them and I will show them to you to prove to you that I'm not telling shit stories. Take care of your country first. What does that mean? I don't know what it means to take care of my country first. Yeah, by and large, I was talking about this. The 41st Federalist paper talks about maintaining and funding the standing army. So what a great starting point. Hey, you needed an army. There's your army. There's the 41st Federalist paper written by James Madison. So why does that have anything to do about television appearances, anything CNN or Al Jazeera or any news stations talked about in the last 24 months? I don't think it has. Nationalism about current events isn't about the national interest. It's not actually about causality in the world. It's not about anything that causality can be about. We have a Second Amendment obligation to remove Trump from our nation. Nero Trump is near his end with some Latin words, sic semper tyrannis. Yeah, I mean, there is no short description. That's what I would say, just et cetera and the whatnot is there isn't a summary or short description about whether or not Trump has violated the Constitution and if that is grounds for impeachment. Those are legal definitions. We should insist that MAGA Republicans are cucks. They're allowing another man to teach their family values. And that, no, you can't deeply consider things in the tiny bubble that you are living in. And that should become obvious and more clear over time. And if you fucking disagree, yeah, it's just very strange. You have supported people that support Trump that have dinner table conversations about, hey, what the fuck does your wife need a college degree for, right? What the fuck? Why do you have a gay little kid, right? This is what's going on in the country right now. And so you're saying Donald Trump hasn't encouraged and benefited from that and fueled that fire because he benefited from it, right? That's not tyranny. That's a fucking asshole. So you guys are cucks. Donald Trump's an asshole. Any questions? Enough said. There's not a mystery there, right? I can talk about intriguing, creative, intelligent fucking things. I can talk about badassery. The fact that MAGA Republicans, you're a cuck, Donald Trump's a bitch, that's fucking objective. There is no mystery. There's nothing intriguing. There's nothing curious there, bitch. What's up? Calling them cucks is crazy. It's not that crazy, right? If you, Adam, if you had another man telling you how to think about your kid's education, I would call you a bitch, right? I would say that that's not manly behavior at all. That's not manly behavior at all. Funny how both sides have said Iran has been a problem. So when Trump does something about women and men's panties get triggered, men's panties, I mean, that's your language too, right? So funny how both sides have an Iran problem. Yeah. So if you're talking about military industrial complexes, but this ultimately not being an excuse, this being about how partisan politics in the US can drive a war machine, cool, interesting. I think you would need to, it's not triggered. You would need to bring a lot more back into it. If anything, you're triggering the fact that I've actually fucking read books, unlike some people. And so, yeah, saying, well, the US was a hegemon, and it's still not an excuse that Donald Trump wanted to murder people in Iran. But it is also the case. It's also the case we should ask lawmakers to tell us what we make decisions based upon. And so one framing is that Iran, there's no such thing as a Muslim country, no such thing as an Islamic country. That's the one I'm going with most recently. That, yeah, Republicans and Democrats should not pick out the differences between Iran and other states, because Iran is like other states. And President Preshkin has said more or less the same. He said, look, you're lying about our military output. You're lying about where shit is in Iran. We're just, and this isn't, it shouldn't be interpreted solely as a posture. It's just like, have you not fucking listened to yourself? We know that you've walked around Tehran, you've enlisted in the universities, enrolled in the universities, just like we've done the same with you, right? We're state level actors. So there are Iranian spies at US universities. So scary. Yeah. Hey, Dave, go take a course load. Tell me what it's like. Hey, Dave, go to University of Tehran. Don't go around asking how to build an Iranian satellite, but just go see what it's like, right? Go see what the people are like, what they're interested in, what they think of this president guy, what they think of, what's his name? Ashikani, Babanashi, whatever the fuck. Guissepe, I don't give a fuck. I don't know what his fucking name is. It's all the same to me. But anyways, yeah, so we go and we say, hey, how does it happen? How does it happen that this hateful Republican rhetoric then leads to a war in Iran that people don't seem to get wrong? Well, it's because you've been cucked, right? Because you are a cuck. You cannot do a fucking 5-minute Google search to give your own wife, your own fucking woman, your own fucking woman, your own fucking side piece, your own fucking son and daughter better information. Hey, to me, that's a cuck. Donald Trump is going to teach my son and daughter about how I go to war. Hey, you're a cuck, right? You've been cucked by a cuck. So that's fucking incredible. You got to wonder where the real one is. You guys say it's Benjamin Netanyahu. He doesn't give a fuck about the US, right? Vladimir Putin, he doesn't give a fuck about the US. President Xi, Mark Carney, fucking Claudia Sheinbaum, whatever the fuck her name is, they don't give a fuck about the country. So you've been cucked by another man who let him tell you how you teach your family about Iran. And then you, Sanman's in here doing the same fucking thing. What if I want to learn about Zoroastrianism, Iranian nativism? I don't give a fuck, right? Son of my mother, right? Son of a fucking bitch. I don't give a fuck. But you're going to come to me and tell me about all this bullshit when I actually have better information maybe in my back pocket, or I don't know what you believe, but I have to be wrong before I know what you believe. Why don't you just tell me your opinion or a political belief? I don't need to know all this bullshit, right? I'm looking out there, and you guys said that when my widow wampuses are driving to school and my wife's driving to school, I want federal officers and military drones watching them. Donald Trump said that to you. Donald Trump said that I'm going to send military drones, and these fucking creepy guy named Tim, who thought it was like maybe interesting to go fucking buy a fucking breakfast platter at Waffle House at 10:30 p.m. because it was exciting. This guy fucking becomes an ICE agent. This guy's in the fucking National Guard or some bullshit. I don't know who the fuck you are. I don't have to know who the fuck you are right now. I don't have to know who the fuck you are ever. That's very strange. But no, this is Donald Trump's best buddy, right? Tim and fucking Mary and Bob can go fuck your wife, and they can also spy on them. They can go on high-speed car chases around them. And Tim and Bob and Sherry, these guys are such American gems as well. They're the reason that we're going to put the fucking dinosaurs, ask fucking Adam and Eve or Adam and Steve back in school. Welcome to the United States. Go fuck yourself. You guys have political beliefs. What's your political belief? Do you guys think my political belief is that you're a cuck and you got cucked by a fucking cuck because you're a MAGA Republican? Fuck no, I don't give a fuck. You guys think I'm BLM? You guys think I'm Antifa? Fuck no, I don't give a fuck. You're just a fucking pussy. You've been a pussy. That's why it sounds like that to you. I don't give a fuck, right? You guys want to have little Kentucky, Oklahoma Bible butt fuck party off or whatever? I don't give a shit about that. You guys can go be fucking morons or whatever you want. You can be a bitch. You can be a cuck. I don't give a fuck. You can be a little gimp. I don't care. I'll go be a gimp for my fucking goth mommy, dom mommy side piece. I don't give a fuck. You guys can be whatever the fuck you want. I'll go be a gimp or a fucking cuck for my goth mommy side piece. Get the fuck out of here. What do you think this is? Any questions? Go fuck yourself. And so here we are, 2026. And prior to even getting started, prior to even coming in and saying, well, look, there's a level of knowledge and a level of familiarity. And then beyond this, there's a level of expertise. And so where does it come from? It comes from expertise. right? Expertise is being evidence-based. Expertise is saying my opinion still has to comport to the world. It still has to cohere to the world. And this can be inclusive of conservative values, but it is not inclusive. A conservative value is not being a cuck and letting Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans tell you who you are as a person, guys. Shout out. Thank you guys so much for being here. My name is Nathan Duck. We do all kinds of stuff here. Like the stream if you like politics, Scholastic Politics, just being funny, hanging out and chat a little bit. Tap the like, subscribe, all that kind of stuff. Hey, what's going on? If you guys want to introduce a topic, Guissepe can respond to. Like I fucking said, send me some fucking money. I'm buying Chanel and Ballugiani fucking sunglasses. Shout out to you, Brizzle Chili, Caca Face. I also want to shout out if Primordial Puggles is still here. Guys, Primordial Puggles, huge support of the channel. A couple people, Aaron's supported the channel with huge super chats in the past too. We've had a couple people hype the stream, so I appreciate all of that support as well. Poop Face, hey, cool. Yeah, awesome. What is... I don't know what that is. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Why someone has poop on their face or whatever. Hey, I don't even know. Should I hit my pipe before or after the stream? Yeah, if you're smoking loose leaf tobacco or something, I'd yeah, whatever, man. I don't want to talk about nicotine too much on stream, but shout out for you. You know, when I was in college, my hipster friend, one of my buddies was kind of a hipster. He rolled his own cigarettes with these fancy tobaccos that were flavored and stuff. So yeah, whatever, cool. How about gays for Palestine? Yeah, it's good to be gay. So there's a starting point that I would put you. So you can go be gay for Palestine, right? Gay for peace in the Middle East, gay for peaceful relationships between the Palestinian area. And because of gayness, it's good to be gay, right? So why is it good to be gay, right? Maybe it's good to be gay because you learn values that are true that other places in society don't teach you. You learn those values at a different time. Irrespective of sexual identity, being gay maybe teaches you that there's concepts such as dignity that just apply to people in general. Maybe being gay teaches this in a different way. What else? Maybe being gay teaches you that your experience is political, but it's not domineering. Unfortunately, maybe you learn if you are gay, maybe you learn that you don't get to go vote for the alien version of Karl Marx, Edward Bellamy, Angelina Brangelina, perfect government right away. There's just no option on the ballot, but that means your belief is political. So it's good to be gay because you learn how to be an effective participant in civil society. I'm the politics guy, so I'll obviously talk about stuff like that. But yeah, we should just say it's good to be a person. It's also good to be a being on Earth. It's good to be a life form on Earth. It's good to be a moral agent on Earth. And so why not? Why don't we start by granting that? It's good to be a citizen of the United States and not being a nationalist. It's good to be a citizen of Brasilia. It's good to be a citizen of Argentina, Chile, Nigeria, any of these places, whatever. Come on, get out of here, guys. Being a gay Republican always gets me weird looks. Lots of assumptions on sexuality. Cool. Cool. Yeah, people, you're going to have to learn if you have a conversation that you're not ready for. Yeah, you're an 18-year-old gay guy in college. You are learning about politics and you're saying, this is so bullshit. I'm taking out debt. I don't have a choice but to learn business or politics. And my values are nowhere fucking here. They're telling me to make it worse for myself. You maybe have to learn how to carry that sense of anger or that sense of indignation with you, right? And so this is partially why inclusion is good, because we should set everyone up to become a quantum physicist. We should set everyone up to be like the best friend a person could be, just based on who you are authentically, right? We don't want inauthenticity. We don't want any of that stuff. That stuff's bullshit. This is why I go back and say, send me some fucking money. Buy a channel membership, guys. Well, you guys will be back here looking like a fucking brilliant genius. You can show mom, dad, boyfriend, girlfriend. Hey, my buddy Duck, he goes by Guissepe online. He goes by Nathan. He goes by Duck. But this channel, Duck's why this guy knows some stuff. He knows. I'm just saying. I'm not saying that but if you're doing something, he's a guy that you would recommend going to. He's the guy you go to. He's not a guy you go around. He's not a guy you go under. You don't go over him. You don't go through him. He knows people. He's got that brain thing going on. So buy a channel membership. Enjoy the stream. Aaron, you might be right. And don't care about your sexual preference. More power to you. More power to you. Yeah. Broke as hell. Cool. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Shout out, me too. Shout out to yeah, my fucking degens, gooners, etc. Whatever. We don't have to have those names and whatever. But yeah, guys, I'm a huge YouTube user as well. I can't afford to super chat my own favorite creators. I can't afford to hype their streams with YouTube jewels and gifts. And yeah, so shout out to you guys. I enjoy a good cup of strong black coffee and feel really grateful. Holy crap! Holy crap! From Australia to Arizona, all the way to Arizona, or my desert space to your desert continent. Thank you, Puggles. There's rainforests in the United States. I'd love to show you someday, IRL, etc. Pictures and the whatnot. Thank you so much for the huge red super chat. I really appreciate it. That's very kind of you. Yeah. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I will say huge thank you, Puggles, for everything you do, financially and otherwise, etc. More so. And any questions? All right. So this should get us up to the Chanel glasses. So I have to come up with a new tagline, new character, etc. Guissepe saying, hey, I see Puggles come across. I can buy Chanel. I still can't afford the Ballugianis. I will get there one day, though. I will get there one day. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And yeah, I'm not allowed to have money. I'm irresponsible for spending close to. Oh, wow. Yeah. My guilty online shopping habit is fancy road bikes. Fancy road bikes is my guilty online shopping habit. And then basketball cards. I've nipped both those off, but yeah, those are the things I used to love shopping for. It's interesting because yeah, I was a big tech guy, so I would do research on tech companies back in the day. And this makes me sound like a douchebag, but yeah, who knows? I don't think the poor, because I don't have a lot of money right now, but the poor shouldn't have to study their own exploitation. But if you want to learn and also say that in any society, people using social media have some abundance, even if it's not much, we all have stress coming in and out, whatever. But yeah, wherever you guys are at with that kind of stuff. It's also the case that studying the nuts and bolts of things, you can study the nuts and bolts without buying anything online, right? You notice different design features, you notice different components, you realize these things are all made different places with different materials. So this is, when we talk about political economy, when we talk about maybe the trade relationships, regulations, we talk about the types of goods, values, and how economic modalities relate to each other writ large, how they are politicized both domestically as well as abroad, what types of choices those inspire. Online shopping is about that, right? This is why in my most recent video, you guys can check it out, top of my page. I did say, you can have an opinion about buying an iPhone or something like that, And so, yeah, shout out to you guys. Yeah, hey, see you guys. I just got the news from Duck Now instead of NPR. Oh man, did I say something? I think he said atheist Buddhist. We might not agree on everything, but decent broadcast. Do I have a religion? I'm a Buddhist atheist. Yeah, like someone said. So yeah, I believe in all kinds of religions, though. I believe primitive religion is a fun one, right? It is the smaller sort of alongside these explanations that we seek for, we search for these explanations and stuff in the world. And yeah, the explanation from primitive religion is just that, it's very different. It could be that there are artifacts that have supernatural powers. It could be that every sort of beingness has reached beyond itself, its own form. And it could be that when I describe and egotistically think about myself, primitive religion might say, well, you're part of another system. So why is there a self, or why is your self exactly like you say it is? You seem to have a mind about you, but you don't seem to be in control of things. And so if you're not your own locus of control, then why isn't this nature or something? And so whatever, but we can see these commonalities, right? A great example that I bring up, this is my example for this, is the Lakota people, an indigenous tribe in the US. Their concept of God is called a great mystery. And yeah, it is great mystery, right? Their concept of God is called the great mystery, and they believe that supernatural realms exist and there's causality in nature that just operates non-linearly, right? So we have an easy way to say the words without the full spiritual understanding. And so, yeah, it's a very useful sort of framing of religion that you don't actually know, and physicists don't actually know, that a carbon molecule decays someplace in the atmosphere. Carbon belongs in life forms, doesn't it? Right? We're so poor down here, but that produces some change that actually impacts evolution. Who knows? Or that impacts and changes a mind towards something. It changes how we experience each other, or the experience of aspects of nature we don't think have experience can change as well. So who knows? We have terms in modern philosophy like panpsychism. These terms didn't exist in primitive religions. We didn't have Bayesian inference in primitive religions. And yet these are just either aspects of our brain that develop. And so you get similar thought systems. You get thought systems that seem to have some of the same sort of way to signify or talk about other beings, other natures, other existence, other things that we don't see as existing, things like causation, these rational and irrational parts of our brain. So it may be part of our just natural human development. It may be part of metacognition and cognition, how we think about these things. We have an experience we don't understand. We think, and when you think long enough, you get back to God, right? And it's in your brain. So who knows? Maybe the Lakota Great Mystery and other indigenous religions, tribes, etc. Maybe these things are ultimately back about going and going and going until it's back to your brain or something like that. What do you think of pseudo religions like Jedi and Scientologists? Yeah, those are actual religions too. I wouldn't, my militant atheist side, when I'm being a militant atheist, I would say, well, you don't get to say that these are not religions just like yours. The fact that L. Ron Hubbard made up this Xenu, what looks like a character, but it is a divine, right? So L. Ron Hubbard wrote about a divinity. He divinated a divinity, which is Xenu, right? It's not an alien, it is supernatural, right? Because where would I find Xenu? You couldn't. Where would I find whatever they call their version of midichlorians, the impure spirits we have in ourselves? You also can't, right? There isn't actually a measurement device that audits supernatural forces or non-physical forces leaving your body. That doesn't exist. No, there's not, you still have there's a very important problem in philosophy, the mind-body barrier, or, vertical cause barrier, where if you say there's something supernatural like God or even the Holy Spirit, or there's something supernatural like a cosmic life force or whatever, how does that interact with the physical world? So this is the interaction problem. And so this is why Scientology, another reason why Scientology is a religion, is Scientologists also have an interaction problem. Scientologists, just like Christians, Muslims, and Jews, have this interaction problem. They also have knowledge and a prior knowledge of natural descriptions, physical systems, and they also have the same sociological structure. So when we say that, religion's something people do, so have fun, go for it. You're not asking me, and I would never normally tell you that, but if we're talking about it, yeah, go be religious if you want to be religious, right? Keep it out of government. That's basically it. Keep it out of schools, keep it out of hospitals. You have spiritual care at hospitals, so that's awesome. Spiritual care providers. My mom managed those people for a good part of my life. But yeah, go do spiritual care providers, but stay out of school, stay out of government. But if we're talking philosophy, saying that you have all the same problems, religion is better explained as a constructivist or sort of social institution. Scientology maybe is that. Maybe you say it's not, but then couldn't I make the case that snake handlers, someone you would agree is a Christian religion, aren't they also? So you would say they're not a religion because it's too small to be part of the cultural institution of Christianity or religion in the US. Yeah, and so I wouldn't say they're even a cult. I would just say, yeah, you could describe them as under the umbrella of religion, and maybe we lose some distinctions by doing that, but a militant atheist such as myself could do that. Not a militant atheist, I would say, Scientology seems like a fucked up cult meant for the grift, right? They want your money, they want your time. They say when we have your time, we get your money, right? And so the game logic that preserves this belief system is they get either your time or your money, and then eventually they get the other one as well. And they've been willing to abuse people for that. Yeah, it'd be crazy if there was actually a Xenu. If there was actually a Xenu, if there was actually a Xenu as well. You know, I'm basically every. I'll mention this. I could be any religion or all religions. I could be a Hindu and think of all the possible gods. So the less than 1%, 1% probability or whatever. Oh, did Puggles have shit to do? I was supposed to time Puggles out. I'm not gonna ban Puggles because I'm a shameless grifter, but yeah, Puggles was supposed to send a $400 disco party to a random YouTuber or something. The real Fight Club, yeah. Tell me and tacos to eat lentil. Tell the people that you support on YouTube, tell us to go eat dried beans, and you'll end up on a YouTube dashboard, right? You'll be talked about at a YouTube board meeting if you send that $400 gift, because no one's ever done it. They'll say, "Who the fuck is this? This is crazy." I'm not joking, right? They probably actually know who people are that send those. Yeah, because there's there's like 2 billion YouTube users or something. So red lentils, yeah, red lentils are really good. Red lentils are really good. Yeah, red lentils are really good. I don't know. Someone who's going to freak out. Could I give you a goth mommy or dom mommy, and you can say, "Hey, Dux Y send the $400 disco party." Sarah the Raging Tomato. I don't think she needs money, but Sarah, I don't think she would benefit or from being told she's appreciated or whatever. No need to soak. Yeah, rinsing lentils are good. I like the green lentils at the store. The nice thing is the big bags are like 99 cents here, so there's affordability factors. Bulk lentils, and unless you black lentils are like French black lentils or one of the fancier versions. But yeah, the bulk French lentils are like $2.17 a pound, I think, and then which is still really cheap. Like a pound of lentils is a lot of lentils. But yeah. I also like going, if you guys are in the US and you haven't been to an Indian market, or you haven't been to a marqueta, like a Mexican market or Chinese market, go to those little ethnoburbs, the little ethnically or cultural grocers. Those are really good too. You can find, I have buckwheat noodles right now, really high sodium, but also really delicious, easy to make, no wash, basically toss it in the pot. Yeah, and the nice thing what I do with noodles and sometimes lentils too is I'll make a little sauce in like my Pyrex, right? If you have, so I don't know if you guys have Pyrexes, like the pouring containers, but Pyrex is basically cookware, and so yeah, if you guys like cooking, get a little Pyrex from Goodwill or something, and you can easily pour things into the pan, no mess. That's the best part of it, and so. But the nice thing is for noodles and stuff like that is I'll pre-prepare like a water-based or a little bit of oil-based sauce or something with a little seasoning, and then I'm very simple. I'll pour it on top, and if there's fresh vegetables, I can use less to just coat the food, let it sit for a minute. Let it sit for the minute, right? You at least get that first sort of order of chemistry that happens in cooking, right? And so once you have the shape down, once you have the heat down, that kind of stuff too. Kind of just getting the small aspects of cleaning as you go and the whatnot. But then once you get that sort of anytime that small pouring motion that goes in and whatever, you also have what's it called? The ability to get, like, cooking is chemistry, right? And so, yeah, cooking is chemistry, having a little grit about it, and then also getting the best of the actual ingredients is very cool. Say humans only shop at Walmart. Oh, some humans only shop at Walmart, not where I live. I live way out in the middle of the woods. It is nothing but deep southern fried raccoon tail and other hard stoppers. Who hasn't been to the ethnic stores? Is that not a thing everywhere? Yeah, I mean, I just usually don't, right? We have, in Arizona, we have food cities, and then we have Kroger stores. So now well, there's Albertsons, Safeways, and then Fry's, and then we've got this store called Bash's, and what's the, I can't even say the name now. I can't even say the name anymore. What's this one called? AJ's Fine Food. So AJ's is our like luxury grocer, and yeah, so they do two things. The luxury grocers do two things slightly differently that I've noticed. I'm sure it's a lot, but yeah, so they have a little bit fancier of a bakery, but they also have small sections for like imported Japanese and Korean sodas. They've got a broader selection of local cream sodas and from around the country, national cream sodas. So they've got that little stuff, and then they will stock their worst products will still be like premium brands like Lay's, right? Their worst products aren't like store brands or like shared distribution sort of products. Their worst, as far as they know, their worst products usually have a brand or something like this, and yeah. And so you can find unique food. So basically their selling prop is you buy good food and unique food, and that's what you get at this store. They also have lobsters. I'm a vegan, so I hate seeing live lobsters in stores. That's one of the ones that really bugs me. So Albertsons used to do that. I believe they cut it out, selling live lobsters. You guys might say I'm a hippie, kind of Greenpeace POS and stuff like that. But yeah. Ooh, cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Bruce Lee. Hell yeah. I always get nervous cooking the hard shell beans and stuff like that too. Yeah, but potatoes really good. I don't really usually blanch French fries, but yeah. My old guilty pleasure was canned corned beef hash. That was the one that was always greasy. It was like a hangover burrito I could make anytime. Was a can of corned beef hash, fried up, like 3 or 4 eggs, whipped up just a little bit, so there's a little white, a little yellow in there, the yolks, and just pour it over the pan, right over the grits and stuff, and then smothered with cheddar cheese, and then rolled up in a burrito. So I would have 12-inch burrito that was all the way 10 inches out or whatever. So basically the whole thing I would make into a giant like hangover burrito. So that's what I used to make when I was like not that happy and stuff like that. Yeah. Ooh, yummy. Hell yeah. Yeah, that it's also so fast. It is fast and easy. If you have 30 minutes and you say, look, I'm going to taste a potato. I haven't tasted a potato at McDonald's or Burger King for a while. And yeah, my goal, I know things don't compound, but one of the interesting things is that, like I can actually make a choice to buy 1% healthier at the grocery store. I can make a choice to buy 1%, more natural or whole foods. And so, saying I'm going to take 20 minutes to thin slice potatoes, throw them on some parchment paper, or just, loosely oil the pan. And I'm going to bake potatoes. And guess what? I'm going to let them sit for 5 minutes. And then I actually get to taste potato while I'm eating potatoes. Who knows? Yeah, that's a great experience for a lot of people. Yeah. And so, maybe A goes with B is learning how to furiously cut size, furiously recognize and play up, kind of quickly, precisely, but also with a little bit of that intent. Maximize the sort of chemical properties of the dish throughout the cooking and resting and cleaning process, right? All those things go together. So working in that sort of space, I used to work in restaurants. I'm not a chef, but that's where I stop, right? I can farm cut potatoes. I can just do a rough chop, and you guys will say what? But yeah, I can basically get more or less same size, different shape, and still serve you crispy potatoes. Full flavor, nice soft starches inside, a little bit of crisp on the outside, maybe just a small amount of caramelization. I can nail that rough cut every time. And that's about where my cooking skills stop. I can make sure a pasta doesn't melt in your mouth, but I can make sure a pasta absorbs the flavor of the dish. That's where it stops. But the other side of this too is like we see cats, dogs, our own house pets even, right? We see birds, they'll walk away from food, right? Sometimes these psychopaths, just like humans, they're out 24/7 hunting. Humans are out 24/7 hunting for oil, coal, food, whatever. But yeah, and a way that doesn't have anything to do with that, in very small ways. It doesn't have much to do with that. In small ways with food, diet, health, whatever. I can go personally and watch at the zoo. An animal will have a little food in their little animal bowl or their food pit, and they'll go have some and push it away or whatever. So maybe those sort of chemical or material functional choices are the same thing, where we can make loving, delicious man food for someone else, etc. Something, it's delicious, right? This is what my first, second, third ex-wife told me when I cooked for them, is they said, yeah, this is delicious, right? Get out of here, right? I went on a date with this chick back in the day. And I cooked ribeyes, and they were really raw, right? They were really rare. She didn't like that, right? She didn't like that. I didn't think about her. I thought that, like, hey, if I buy good prime cut ribeyes, I can do the best I fucking can in my little apartment kitchen. And they were very like, you had to kind of work your way through it. You had to work your way through it to kind of get to what it is or whatever. And who knows, whatever, just random. That's what I just did. So anyways, that was a very awkward date. I think we went out like 2 or 3 times. We didn't go out that much after that. Basically no physical touch. Like there was like nothing really there, but it was meant to be romantic pair bonding style, engagement, etc. We went out with another couple one time, etc. There was like nothing there. So cool. No big deal. But I cooked that chick. Hey, Guissepe tried to pull it all out. I said, hey, I have Chanel, you have leather, etc. We both have goth mommy, dom mommy sort of elsewhere. So we can push that to the side for the time being. And here we are. So I miscooked these ribeyes, but I didn't make that mistake again as I've gone on. I tried to pick up skills from prep cooks, sous chefs, line cooks, the people that are keeping shifts running either in the dish pit or other sort of support functions in the kitchen, whatever those might be, right? And just knowing that there's a guy at a grill station, right? There's a guy at a salad station. So working in a restaurant, I learned a lot of practical skills. And I also had fine dining experience, relatively fine dining. Yeah. I used to work at this restaurant where, the average cover was like the average cover, even at lunch shifts, was like $25. And then this was a lot. This used to be a lot. I know it doesn't sound like that much now. And then at dinner, yeah, your average cover for a shift would range from like maybe $45, $46 per head per cover, right? So they're getting a dish, a couple bottles of wine or a beer, not cheap, right? So you're paying $100 after tip. You're paying $120, $130 for dinner, right? Not cheap back in the day. Not cheap today even. So, but this fine dining restaurant, and that would range up, right? When people had ordered a specific bottle of wine alongside, just saying, hey, get what you want, right? Get the grass-fed ribeye, for $72 a plate or something. Or if you want, an $18 pasta, get an $18 pasta, whatever, it doesn't matter. Just get what you want. And then you get appetizers, that stuff adds up. Of course, you have a $28 charcuterie plate or something, or $33 charcuterie plate, depending what's on it or whatever. It's just what it is. And then you've got, you can get $12 salads, $8 just lettuce and olive oil. That's what the fuck you wanted. You wanted to have grass brought out before your meal. There's the grass, right? But anyways, yeah. So expensive meals would be over $100 a cover, right? Over $100. You'd have a couple people getting ribeyes. Your total alcohol cost would be $50 to $70 per person, and that's to me that's fine dining, right? It goes up from there, but that's what I did in college too. It was fun. Hell yeah. I mostly shop at Dollar General. Yeah, the nice thing about the dollar stores is the sauces. And this is like mega vegan virtue signal is back in the day when I used to love sauce and cheese on stuff. So I've learned as I've gotten older, because I'm 36 now, I've learned to cut back a little bit on that. My first, second, and third ex-wife, they were always a little bit more conscious, a little better about like just loading up something because it's yummies, because it tastes good. It's like, cool, well, who knows? I don't know. As a guy, I was like always, as a guy who didn't think about it, I was also in school working, whatever. But I didn't learn that. I never had the mind about that stuff. So I was just like load up everything with a ton of sauce, a ton of cheese, a ton of stuff. And yeah, it was cool. But yeah, I've gotten, frozen pizzas and stuff. I can just make the pizza without adding extra toppings. And yeah, dollar stores, whether it's Dollar Tree, Dollar General, Five Below, a lot of those places have like yummy Thai sauces, yummy barbecue sauces. A lot of it's vegan. you can get cheaper olive oil and stuff at some of those places. You know, it is single serving. So I'm just aware, but yeah, for people trying to branch out, making those good choices that are also cost effective. Yeah, a little bit of sauce, stretching that stuff out, taste the food, all that kind of stuff. Who knows? I don't, you don't need to ask questions like that. But thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. I don't know why you want to know, but yeah, if you need help with that, good luck, etc. and the whatnot, whatever. But yeah. Hey, see ya, Aaron. Have a good day. Yeah, have a great day. For that, go to places like Texas de Brazil or Fogo de Chao. Yeah. Those open barbecue places, those are cool too. I always like the Korean barbecue places where you could load up a bowl and they throw it in a wok or something like that. That was kind of cool. Yeah. Hey, Criso, how are you doing? Have a good day. Hopefully you guys are doing good, etc. and the whatnot too. Etc. and the whatnot. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, thank you guys for supporting the stream too. Thanks again, Puggles, for the big red super chat. That's awesome. We do take Aussie bucks here. My bills are in USD. Other folks, if you guys want to support me or your favorite streamer, Puggles can still send the love whenever she wants. She's able to do that. But that also, buys space for other folks. Who knows? We don't know the impact. Maybe you guys send me some small $1, $2 super chats. That takes a little bit of the weights off my chest and the whatnot too, and helps you guys go support your favorite streamers, right? So if you guys want to load up your YouTube account with some YouTube jewels to send gifts, hype the stream, that stuff helps me a ton, guys. You guys might see those and say, hey, I ain't spending $5. I ain't gonna send 1 penny or 5 cents to somebody. That stuff adds up over the month. It means a lot to me also to see the support. Because this is, right, I'm new. I'm not a broadcaster. I'm not a journalist. I didn't go to school for performance arts or anything like that. So when you guys send those small tokens of appreciation to me and your favorite streamers, it goes really far. It goes really far. And yeah. And so what does the vape do for you? Yeah, it's nicotine. So nicotine does the same thing it does for everyone. It goes through your lungs. There's neurotransmitters that pick up the nicotine molecule, and I believe it's dopamine. Nicotine has a half-life of about an hour, so it doesn't stay in your system that long. And so I don't know why you have a mind of asking what vape does for you, but yeah, that's generally my opinion and the whatnot as well for that. Forget about it. Any questions? Yeah. So, yeah, who knows? Everyone who's on internet, a lot of people I know that are on internet time use vapes or something similar. And so who knows? Who knows? Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, that's really awesome. That's really cool. Mongolian restaurant. That's cool. Yeah, that's a lot of fun, etc. and whatnot. Hell yeah. Bam, 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 bam. We don't move. We don't do 6-7 move. Oh my gosh, we got the hype glasses. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Seattle Reaper, thanks so much. We got the hype glasses. That's hype, bro. That's hype, bro. Shout out to you. Thanks so much for that. That sounds like fun eating. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Yeah. It's probably really not healthy, right? It's probably really not healthy. But again, I don't know why you're asking me. I'm not a medical doctor. So yeah. Oh, happy Mother's Day. Yes. Oh my God, guys. Guissepe, almost fucking forgot. Go say respect to your mother. Thanks so much for the happy Mother's Day. These mean all the difference in the world to me. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate the hype, and you've inspired me so much. This is what the money does to the Guissepe, guys. Broken Steve Madden glasses, forget about it. Forget about it. My older brother, he was a schmuck. He wore construction. Guissepe's older brother, construction work, nice guy, nicest guy in the world. But he worked construction. So you guys like my pit vipers, blue collar mindset, forget about it. Get the fuck out of here, right? You know, get the fuck out of here. It's your Mother's Day. It's your Mother's Day, right? So what are we going to do when it's your Mother's Day, everybody? It's Saturday, meaning we have a day to consider and think about it, etc., whatnot. Any questions? Everybody, do you guys know what I'm saying here? You guys already know what the fuck I mean, right? You guys already know what I mean. It's Mother's Day on Sunday. What does the duck pond, what does Ducks Y do? We got so much hype love from Puggles. We got all of the money hype love. Chat, you guys are amazing. You guys make my job worth it, right? The money. I am here for the money. But guess what? If you guys aren't here, if I cannot do something to entertain you, if I cannot get it through that thick skull that Sunday is not Mother's Day, it is your Mother's Day, then what am I doing here? So shout out to you guys. We are retuning small design aspects on the stream at this moment in time. And this is to remind you guys that Sunday, if it is Saturday, that means Mother's Day is Sunday. And that means tomorrow that we can all do some small types of deals, wishes, etc., and the whatnot. So let me go ahead and put up the poll for your Mother's Day. And I will say, what is Mother's Day? And I will say first, it is oh man, I'm hurting myself. What? Oh my God, YouTube just deleted my poll question. Cool, there we go. My presidential laptop. I think the CIA is watching me through my laptop. I have AI chips running AI, telling me when I've completed tasks, etc. When I have not known, what a rapid switch of the flick of the switch of the wrist. I didn't complete this poll, but you guys can go vote. You guys know there's no wrong answers here on Ducks Y. What is Mother's Day, right? It is your opportunity to go send Mother's Day jewels, gifts, gems to other streamers, and it's mostly your responsibility to recognize it is your Mother's Day. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to unpin the message. We have Mother's Day. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I can't say anything else. What else could I say? A glowing review. A glowing review. It's all about the fucking money. It is all about Ballugiani, Chanel, Tom Ford, House of Gucci, etc. It is all about fucking Givenchy, etc. and whatnot. It is not Paris Fashion Week. It is your Mother's Day, right? It is all about the money for me. Ballugiani sunglasses, everybody. It's about soup. Hey, yeah, shout out to you guys. Shout out to my soup bearing family out there. Yeah, shout out to soup bearers, soup bearers, soup. Shout out to holidays. Shout out to celebrations, excitement, and the whatnot. Shout out to all the goth mommies, dom mommies, and whatnot. Also celebrating Mother's Day. You know, I was telling this to Sasha Gray in her chat. She doesn't read chat. Sasha Gray doesn't. Well, she might read chat. She does read chat, I think, but she ignores me. She ignores everyone like me too. It's cool. But yeah, I was telling Sasha Gray I had found a new mother on OnlyFans, a mommy page. And yeah, it was rather impressive and the whatnot. So, you know, you guys know that on Mother's Day, on the day of your mother's wedding, you guys are allowed to explore spicy sites and whatnot. But more so, it's your Mother's Day, right? What would your mom say about that, right? Does your mom have an opinion, you know? Why don't you ask your mom about feminism? Feminism. So right now we've got 5 votes. So 5 of you guys are not schmucks. We're celebrating moms emotionally, materially, financially, breakfast-wise, nice things, otherwise, appreciation, authenticity, right? She gave birth to you. She didn't give birth to a fake version of you. So right now, a third of you schmucks say, any questions? Forget about it. You guys are already prepared. On 33% of you guys know the day. So 1/3 of you guys know that it is on Sunday. 1/3 of you guys know it is your Mother's Day. And it seems like the correct answer is correctly void, right? Per Jean-Paul Sartre and others, etc. None of you guys say it's not for goth mommies and doll mommies. There you guys go. There we go. Look I look like a baby. I just put retouch on. Woo. Woo. I just turned it off. I just turned it on. Does your mother need to be retouched? No, she does not. Is your mother perfect? Any questions? Forget about it. Authentically, is your mother perfect? Forget about it. We have a Second Amendment obligation to remove Donald Trump. All right, I gotta get out of here, Rusty Venture. I disagree as well, and I'm also going to go ahead. I gotta get that out of here, dude. I'm sorry. Yeah. Go ahead and give you a little break. Yeah, we talk about politics on here, identity politics. If you guys authentically hold a view on identity politics, good, do it. Tell me what you're explaining in the world to me, right? Tell me first what you want to explain in the world. It is not identity politics to explain, right? There are good and bad forms of identity politics. There are identity politics that relate to ideology. There's identity politics that relate to actual policy that's going to result, relating to the actual conversations people are going to have, how you're going to spend your time and money, who's actually telling you how to live your life differently. So if you have an authentic belief or an identity-based belief that you just don't like brown people, or you're skeptical that someone that doesn't look like you has a green card or a visa in the United States, and that's the depth of your belief that it is an American job to go rope them like cattle, right? If you're explaining that this is what you're trying to explain, that's not a political belief, right? That has nothing to do with politics. The fact that someone is doing this doesn't make it a political belief or a noteworthy one. So check yourself before you wreck yourself, before you negatively impact someone else, everyone. I love goth mommies and doll mommies and always will. Cool. Elliot, YouTube blocked that comment. I don't know why. And so cool. Shout out to you guys. Miss Trunchbull says, when are you going to admit that 2008 Kane could easily and absolutely powerbomb you into the Spanish announcer table for the world heavyweight title in SummerSlam? I'll never admit that. I'll never admit that. Yeah. So Kane and Undertaker, if you guys are not from the US, Kane and Undertaker were these 7-foot tall giants. Absolute monsters, absolutely disgusting and nasty and like really brutal, right? And so I will never admit that. But yeah, that's where I'm coming from. Yeah, you can rage in the cage. You can go find the belt if you want it. You can just go to the everyday announcers table. You don't know what's underneath it, and you can get slammed in that, right? You can get into a backstage fight over nachos. These are all other options and choices that you have. Hey, what's going on, Robert Fruge? Good to see you. Shout out to you. Hello, hi, and the whatnot. I don't know who Cain Velasquez is. Estranged from parents, Mother's and Father's Day are annual painful reminders. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I should probably text my pa today too. Yeah, I'm not estranged from anyone in my family. I regret as a 36-year-old not staying closer to my own family. It turns out everything that I was learning about and doing in my life as I got older was stuff I could learn about, do about, talk about with my family. And I also always forget that they're the only people in the world that I didn't have to do that with, right? They're the only people in reality, because we have that type of relationship, very lucky in those regards, that I could just go say hi or say how you doing, say what's up, and things were good and fine like that. Yeah. Yeah. Someone says I have no love from my mother. She fears you. I'm sorry. I don't know how that, I apologize for that. Yeah. That doesn't sound like a totally healthy-ish relationship, but it could be, whatever. 99 Soul Rebel, I forgot about that, says, forget about it. Happy Mother's Day, Mama. Unconditional love to Mama. Cool. Yeah. Shout out for that, right? Shout out for that. Yeah. Has Donald Trump, there's a question. Are politicians doing nationalism? Are they representing, can you have a political belief because you're a mother? I think you can, right? Dentist rights matter. Here's an opinion a mother should have or could have, right? I'm not going to tell a mother, but yeah, Okay, cool. So you should have the opinion that, having dentists is a human right, right? And if you cannot set up a healthcare system ambitiously enough that you have oral health and that you have access to dentists, then you're not actually trying to do healthcare in totality, right? You can go talk to a dentist. A dentist is a doctor still. They also have the equivalent of your PNAs or nurses who are dental assistants or whatever they're called, these types of deals. And so you have someone who's knowledgeable. They're knowledgeable about actual physical things in the world, which are your teeth and the parts of your mouth that make your teeth work and the parts of your body that make your teeth work. And basically that's it, why not? Why not? A mother could also have an opinion that, you should be able to send your kid to school and go to a dentist, right? And so you hear someone say this and you say, well, this is what? Is this woman prattle? Doug Wilson might say, well, this woman doesn't need to vote. What is she thinking about? And so you can look in either side of the fence and saying, well, you don't tell the federal government, you don't tell our imperialist empire government how to spend my money or where to set things up. And that's a crazy view, right? The realistic view is, hey, maybe she's talking about exactly what she wants about. Keep religion, keep the government out of schools, right? Government, you're funding the schools. We're having the best educational design that we can. And then government, stay out of healthcare. But we are making sure people have access to healthcare because there's people just like me who want that. We want secular schools, basically. We want schools to set ourselves up for success. And then we want healthcare that you can have access to as well. And so that's the way a rational, calm, cool, collected person would interpret that. Your own mother says we want schools and dentists, and you say, okay, ma, let me go about getting this. I don't need to be a cuck because Donald Trump told me what to believe, right? I'm getting cucked by a cuck being told what to believe. You guys don't need to do that. You guys don't need that. My people have died. Every holiday is bittersweet. Hey, I'm sorry, Robert Fruge. Shout out to you guys. I'll be going live on Mother's Day. I'll be talking about, I will maybe talk about how to pick up single moms. Yeah, on Mother's Day, out of respect for mothers. And because I'm a scientist, right? I'm an academic scientist. So I can both say, hey, respect to your mother, right? Respect to your mother from me to them. And then I can also say, hey, well, here is the correct boundary line for an engagement with a single mother, right? An engagement with a single mother, what is that like? A great stream topic. Has Donald Trump captured the sort of facets of, well, that's just what it was, or that's what it is going to be, right? Is that what it is? Who knows? Is there sexuality on display that one can talk about in any reasonable sense? Who knows? I don't know. Whatever. Guissepe will handle this one. Guissepe will talk about it. Yeah. But like I said, forget about it. Any questions? Hey, any questions? All right. I'm getting too old for this, guys. I'm getting really seriously too old for it. It's going to be Mother's Day. It's going to be Mother's Day coming up soon here. Wow. You guys are saying I don't even want to talk. I want, my buddy Duck is my politics bedfellow. Duck is the guy I go to for this, they say. No, you're not. They say, no, you're not. I am a consigliere, so to speak, right? Scholastic Politics, what is this? I'm your consigliere. Heck yeah. Is Puggles a professional gambler? Whatever I win at the club today goes to mom. Cool. Hell yeah. Yeah. I'm just going to take all of Puggle's super chats and membership gifts and try to go pick up a stripper. Hey, what's up, Vey Victe? Hey, what's going on? Yeah, shout out to you. Happy Saturday to you. Happy Saturday. I do it the best. Whoa, I do it the best. Hey, you don't need to say that. Though. Forget about it. Hey, what's going on, Squirtle Squad? But not to the rest. Okay, cool. I'm gonna give you just the quick 5-minute here. You missed our identity politics section. Yeah, identity. When is it good to do identity politics? What can you explain? If it's not about just what you're going to go do, but what can you explain? Duck, I need you to understand something important, bro. All right, I'll try to understand it. Dancing on the sun. Feel free. Feel free. Cool. Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Wow. Wow. Weird. This chat runs this, not Duck. That's not right, but it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, it's all right. Cool. I don't know how I fell in all these deep holes or something, but yeah. This is a Scholastic Politics channel, so if you guys want to share your deeply held political views or whatever, then go for it. Yeah, go for it. That doesn't look good. What are you talking about? Are you guys some other kind of red pilling me or something like this? Wow, that's fucking crazy. Why are you talking right now? Why are you talking right now? Go chase something for me. Go chase something for myself and yourself. Please. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. There we go. Go chase something. Go do something magical that only you can do. Let's do it. I don't like to talk politics or religion online. Hey, cool. That's a fine opinion. That's a fine opinion, I suppose. Yeah. Should I be, I should be prettier. I should be prettier regarding the things I do online. Yeah. All of me loves all of you. Loves your bitter imperfections. All your eyes and indirections. Love all of me. Loves all of you. Ah, hell yeah. That's the good stuff right there, folks. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Welcome to Stream and Chat. Guys, I want to share something. When I was a little tiger cub, I didn't have that much going on for myself. I only had little things going on for myself. Now that I'm a grown man, that I can admit openly and honestly that I think it's good to be gay, and I actually don't care about much else in the world. I just think now is the time, folks. Now is the time to move past and beyond identity politics, and not because conservation of values is valuable, but because environmental, ecological conservation is valuable. Recognizing and appreciating beingness is valuable. That's not going away, right? And to say, well, it goes from floor to ceiling, it goes from wall to wall. No, what the fuck are you talking about? Fucking dipshit, right? These guys come up, they say, Duck, open your panel, do debates. They say, have conversations, have dialogues. What the fuck are you talking about? You want to talk about, these little, you guys want to talk about mini Sudoku 24/7, and you guys want to talk about, tango, meet Latin American women between age 45 and 60, right? The fuck do you want to talk about, actually? You guys haven't earned that right to have a conversation about politics, religion, culture, society, about loving your fellow man, loving fellow beings everywhere. What's going on, Wolfie? Hey, shout out to you. Pokemon card scalper, get life in prison. Cool. Yeah. People that play TCGs, cool. Shout out to you guys. People that play TCGs, shout out to you guys. Hopefully that's pretty good. When you believe that a grown man can use women's toilets, you cease being a human in my eyes. Cool. No one should care about that opinion, right? And you should, if you're selecting yourself down intellectually, philosophically, morally, and culturally to that level, then you should go see that for what it is, right? There is no great commoning factor, right? I can adopt a gooner mentality. I'm not a gooner, right? I basically Like, I actually couldn't count the number of times I looked at core and adult websites in the last like 24 months. And then, yeah, you show up on YouTube and it's like, cool, this is what people are doing again, you know, because I'm a 36-year-old grown fucking adult. So some people, if you like, no shame if that's what you do. Like, I'm all for liberation. I'm all for just not being a person who carries hate or shame or judgment. But also, if people are on here talking about goth mommies, dom mommies, whatnot, I would say, yeah, cool. Hey, that's my camp, right? I think it's kind of weird to have a waifu or even a 19-year-old, right? As a 36-year-old guy, why would I be sexually excited about a 19-year-old who basically acts like they're younger than that even? To me, that's not something that is like sexualized, right? What? That's going to be really fucking nasty to go talk to that person for 2 hours, right? So why would I give my body that psychological stimuli to think like that? But my point is that you can have new thoughts. You can have novel ideas and thoughts by just taking what the world actually gives you, by taking what the world gives you and not trying to transform it or be domineering toward it, but being the person who accepts and appreciates and does the hard work. And so I would, yeah, you know, in places I would say, yeah, if you have a priority about bathrooms and who uses bathrooms or women's sports, well, you have a very small opinion. It's not only small, but all you're going to get and spread out is this hate space, right? This isn't about anything that's real. It isn't when there actually is a time to bring things from floor to ceiling or ceiling to floor, cover the four walls, figure out what they're actually made out of and get over, under, and be somebody who's just being there, right? To support other people, to support challenges we have in society, and not narrowing the scope of a conversation, not narrowing it to necessarily include people who are like, your little fucked up world is yours, but to include people who actually want to talk about serious shit, right? Why wouldn't we want to push ourselves to that point? Why wouldn't we want to push ourselves to that point? If we confess with our mouth that Jesus, I don't believe any of that, Natasha Nix. Thank you for the kind message. Shout out to you. And yeah, that's your personal belief, but I don't want any of that extended and pushed to me, right? My belief about salvation, my belief about end of life, end of beingness, or beginning of beingness, I don't give a fuck about it. Truthfully, quite frankly. And so you're saying you've solved a question that I haven't even started to answer. So why don't we reframe this? You know, if I say that I already have some pre-existing idea of not giving a fuck, then why do I have to adopt your view in this sense? Why don't you adopt my view? Now you don't give a fuck, right? And you say Jesus loves me, and I say, cool, no, you don't give a fuck about that anymore. Congratulations. Go read the shit I've read. Go do the things I've done. Go know what I know, and go have thought about it as much as I have. The fact that maybe you have not thought about Christian nationalism, you've not thought about how Christianity is the exact same thing as Islam, the exact same thing as Judaism, the exact same thing as Hinduism, the exact same thing as Buddhism. The fact you haven't thought about this being the exact same thing as all that doesn't give you a right to place me somewhere inside of you as someone who needs to know that bullshit. Get it the fuck out of here. Jesus Christ. It's disgusting. Get the fuck out of my chat room with that. What up? What's up, everybody? What do you think's going to take the gold tonight? I don't know what those are. Hey, Weaponized Speech says they love filthy gilfs. Cool. Shout out to you. Yeah, I respect people, right? I respect people, and I don't think everything has to be made sexualized. I think it's disgusting when you guys take a harmless topic like Mother's Day. There's a harmless topic like Mother's Day, and you guys make it sexual. Mother's Day Sunday. Go do something nice for your mommy. What's up? What are you going on about? I don't know what Buddhism is. I don't know what that is, Handle. I don't answer questions about my personal life online. G Seke says hello. I say hello. Yeah, if you guys want authenticity, you guys can earn authenticity. Hey, Joe, good to see you. We're Scholastic. I'm calling it Scholastic Politics, but yeah, it's politics, political science, philosophy, morality, religion, culture, whatever, just kind of messing around. Sometimes I sing, sometimes I dance, sometimes I wonder if I'm wearing pants. I don't have to, the screen starts here. Maybe it's just gonna be Duck's best year. So that's what we do here, guys. My name is Nathan. Online, I go by Duck. The channel is Duck's Why. Welcome. You guys can subscribe if you like debating politics, nationalism politics, labor versus cultural and value conservation, MAGA Donald Trump, geopolitics, all these types of things. Hey, thanks so much for the hype, Puggles. I appreciate you. You're awesome. If religion is a topic, why run out Christians? If religion is a topic, why run out Christians? I wasn't running out a Christian. I was running. So that's your interpretation once again. But someone saying Jesus loves you. What if I told you that? Gorgon, the hate-based god of violence, loves you, right? And I'm saying, no, I'm not actually saying you have to debate and discuss that. That's ridiculous. Not only is it fucking stupid and uncomfortable, it's fucking stupid. So I'm not running out Christians. God gives us the gift of salvation to accept it or not. That's it. Why don't you say, I believe or I have faith that, instead of saying, I'm going to insist and demand you listen to my bullshit faith religion. I don't care. Cranky Mullet, go wild if you want to. Also, happy Saturday to you. It's tomorrow's Mother's Day. So just also as well, I will respect this to mothers in your life because I'm not going to, we don't know each other like that. But hey, Guissepe, Duck, Nathan says, happy fucking Mother's Day. Any questions? It's whatever, etc. It's not whatever. Get the fuck out of here. Happy Mother's Day to you and all the mothers in your fucking life. And I mean that. That's down here. Happy fucking Mother's Day. Jesus has said in Revelation, the end times are near. Cool. So Jesus was dead. Right? Jesus was dead by the time Revelations was written. The Bible was written over 1,300 years. Cool. Any questions? The Bible was written over 1,300 years. The Bible isn't like Jeff Bezos releasing a book like how I cramped shit up my ass building Amazon, right? How I cramped shit up my ass and opened 40 million square feet of server space for Amazon, right? The Bible's not like that. The Bible was written over 1,300 years in distinct languages for distinct ethnic groups, distinct cultures. And yeah, when people say there's inconsistencies, it doesn't even have to be about the divinity or philosophy or metaphysics of it. Over 1,300 years, it makes sense that they got confused themselves. And times aren't near. Jesus didn't write Revelations. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope you're having a wonderful day. How the Muse found peace. Shout out to you. What defines an American? So if you want the cultural definition, I'm actually sitting on the book, but Democracy in America was the first sociological textbook written by Alexis de Tocqueville. And it was a textbook, a study that's qualitative that was written over, I think, like 2 years he spent in the Americas and then wrote this and went back to France. And it's very good. He said that, the Christian religion, which has a skepticism of government, he also talked about the practical application of skills. And so basically none of the things Donald Trump says today, basically none of the things that conservatives just pulled out of their asshole, right? Instead of saying, let me argue and debate and justify my belief, where did it come from? Honestly, where did it come from, right? You got MAGA Republicans. If you believe in this bullshit, you got cucked by a bitch, right? You got cucked by somebody who's already a bitch. He's telling you the types of conversations and values. Donald Trump, MAGA, he's telling you the types of conversations you're allowed to have, right? So that should be really offensive. Right away, you should say, well, how is this man dictating what my family knows and doesn't know? And yet that's what you did. I'm not that kind of guy. I'm a progressive Democrat voter. I vote progressive Democrat typically. I do have a lot of conservative values. And yet I did not once let Steve Bannon, let Charlie Kirk tell me how to raise my kids. That's embarrassing. It's hugely embarrassing. And the fact that you guys went along with it isn't showing that you're part of some greater, grander plan. It's the fact that you guys got tricked. You got deceived. You have somebody who didn't know what they're doing, teaching you how to learn and talk about politics, how to explain things. Somebody said I was running out Christians. How the hell on earth am I running out Christians? I wouldn't believe that I'm doing that. Heathens 1, Christian 0. Yeah, for keeping score, I at least had some sort of fact. I don't know if the person responded. Hey, Daniel, great to see you. Thanks for stopping by and the kind wishes. I hope you're having a great day. What do I think about the current U.S. government? The current U.S. government, I don't know what that would mean. I support the idea of institutionalism because it's studyable. My own political beliefs, when I say what I believe, my judgments, my intuitions about how we're doing as a country, can go to institutionalism, and we have things that we can actually measure. We have relationships that exist in the world and you can have something like a variable. And yeah, I would say that I believe that the push of centralizing power in the federal government is away from the Federalist documents. It's unconstitutional on multiple levels. And there's a giant sort of aspect of civil rights violations occurring. And it further, my most recent video, which you can check out, Guissepe, if you want, talks about how Donald Trump's weaponization of the FBI, DOJ, and DHS is about national security, and it is about geopolitics. It's not just domestic security, it's also about geopolitical security. And so my main opinion is Donald Trump is an inept leader. He's not good at government. He has no point. He was a bad president in 2016. The reality is Donald Trump, it's not that he's too hateful, and he's also not smart enough, right? Donald Trump is not some great genius. And I'm not saying that the president of the United States has to be a disclusive meritocracy. Civic service does not have to be a disclusive meritocracy. But if you are talking about how you can have back-to-back meetings with military generals and then move into a meeting about monetary, fiscal policy, political economy, you do have to be able to keep up with those topics. And it's not just how you feel in that moment. It is what the world's been like. So in some sense, the presidency should be the meritocracy if there is one anywhere. What do you guys think? Are you disestablishmentarians? Is there someone who is smart enough that they're better at being a leader in a government? Or that's never the case. The government which governs best governs not at all. Donald Trump certainly isn't doing that either. Has illegal tariffs around the world. He's paying He's paying people that buy and sell shit on eBay. He's paying them with stolen tax money because you're a drop shipper, so you get your money back. That makes zero sense to me. I'm very enthusiastic. This is too much for me. Hey, Akshay. Witchcraft. Yeah, pagan religions are cool. They're not as sick as animism, not as sick as primitive religions, not as sick as learning about the philosophy of artifacts, right? So if you say, and no offense to anyone, but if you say that a leaf or a fire has magic or is holy or something, whatever your thing is, I would say that's cool, but I can attribute those same properties either mystically to just what's around me or to a specific relationship I have, not to some eternal characteristic of the thing. And so, yeah, I'm a naturalist. I believe talking about religion's interesting. I don't believe in paganism. I don't believe in witchcraft. And yeah, for people that actually believe in witchcraft, or if you don't believe in witchcraft, but whatever, you're a part of that conversation, cool. Shout out to you as well. I don't care. De facto versus de jure government. Yeah, that's not a very good, right? That's very social media. No Godel. I don't know if that's a joke, if that's an irony, or you're asking people to search that. But yeah, the de facto versus de jure government is not a topic in contemporary political science, really. I don't know where it would come in or where you would bump into that in the world, but I would suggest if you're searching for de facto and de jure government, I would suggest wondering where you bump into that. One example might be like more nascent. They're not nascent like they're new, but nascent trade organizations like the African Union. Right. So you can always ask where there's actual legal authority based on the law for, supporting the economic modality that's spread across these states and contains globalization. Right. It has these levers that you could say are globalization or are globalized. Right. So So that's one place where you have laws that are coming from states and organizational bodies, and there's input and output. And then a de facto government may just also be talking about internal and external pressures and the choices and things that are made in that sense, or something like that. But again, how do you study or define those things? I would encourage that if you can inform your belief based on a little bit more, I would do that versus just saying de facto versus de jure. It's not really an institutional distinction or something like this or whatever. But hey, what's up? Government sucks, period. Yeah, so that's an anti-disestablishmentarian view. He died and then the military paid an actor to act like him. Cool. What? Yeah, that sounds deeply conspiratorial. I don't think that there's a conspiracy going on at the White House. I think what explains Donald Trump's obscure behavior, bad actions, is that he's an idiot, right? In 2016, he signed these Abraham Accords, which basically said that, well, Christians, Muslims, and Jews can settle this important geopolitical issue in the region of the Middle East and North Africa. right? So in the region of the Middle East, North Africa, down to maybe the sub-Saharan, maybe a little bit of West Africa, Christians, Muslims, and Jews can get along and settle it. The Abraham Accords said that nation states should respect these cultural differences, which is the same thing as saying, well, our national values based on religion and ethnicity can be looked past. And this makes no sense because no one has ever said that's like a driver of conflict. It's very obscure, very temporal. It's not enduring to say that, well, religion's the reason people fight. It used to be, but we don't live in empires anymore, right? Religion isn't imbued with the same power structures. And saying that it just happens to be the case that in the US you have pastors, preachers, you have your, whatever, your army chaplain or something. Your army chaplain has a boss who's also the chaplain. And then you go to the Middle East and you say, well, Dubai supports the war in UAE, or UAE supports the war in Sudan because, it just happens that they are funding ethnically religious Muslims there, Muslim Africans. So cool. That's how we chose to do it. That's how they chose to do it. But that's a resultant. It's not antecedent. Antecedent means it comes before. It's the consequent. So in straight terms, in one-dimensional terms, a antecedent comes before, consequences comes what's after. So religious conflict is a consequent. Religious violence, many would say, used to be the antecedent, right? You had religion, you had the acceptance and tolerance of violence, and so you had a holy reason to fight. People that have taken, when you are hiring mathematicians and physicists and engineers to fight your wars for you, you are no longer doing religion, right? Religion is something a tool you play with because people are sheep and fools. Yeah. I need to get Smith. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, go. I would highly recommend, et cetera, and the whatnot. You go out and do something super nice for mommy. It's mommy's day, et cetera, and the whatnot. So there should have been, only so people are getting this. They're getting the instructions, getting the assignment here. People are generally equally. If you guys look at the poll results so far, 30 people are equally learning these facts. We're equally learning equal parts of the pie, learning these facts, you guys, with equal parts of the pie here, etc. No more questions, guys, equally learning these facts. 35% say that Mother's Day, it is your Mother's Day. Also alongside this, 30% are saying it's Sunday, more so. Another 30% are saying any questions, forget about it. So you guys know you're sick, you got it, it's Sunday, it's your Mother's Day. And yeah, only 4% of you guys are judgments about sexual freedoms, fortes, etc. Personhood, etc. So 4% of you guys said it's not for goth mommies or dom mommies, and that's correct, right? Only one person of the 23 is an idiot, right? Only one person thinks that those traits do not also apply to your goth or dom mommies. There you guys go. Women are sacred. Women that call themselves mommies are sacred mommies. So that's what's up. Yeah, that's what's up, guys. And so we mentioned also, I'll mention this, etc., just in case, etc., that we talked about your mother gave birth to authenticity, an authentic person, etc., and the whatnot too, right? So there you guys go. There you guys go, right? So go authentically tell your mother thank you and the whatnot, etc., and the whatnot, right? Shout out to you guys. How many died for every since Jesus died? Good example. You see 1 billion easy. If Jesus died, he failed. Yeah. Sunday in the southern. It's Sunday in the southern hemisphere. Not yet. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Puggles is maybe on mommy's day already. Whoops. Puggles is already on mommy's day. Hey, Cyber. Yeah. I mean, it seems very prescriptive, but that's just my read of it as well. I would GT Cyber. I would generally agree with what No Godly said. Is that yeah, cool. If I would engage that, if one of you guys want to do theology or apologetics, I would do counter apologetics with you guys. Or have the theological discussion, the philosophy discussion too. I would also say, if you say, hey, I believe this, and I would ask you, well, what's the deepest, is that the deepest held belief? Then cool. What's addressable? What can we actually have a good faith conversation about? So you believe that Jesus died on the cross for your sins and we all have eternal life. My question back to that is, well, if that's not going to budge, just like I say, well, my naturalism, It's rarely going to budge unless you can update my belief or something. That's how it got there in the first place. But I say, okay, cool. What can we talk about? Are there political values? Are there other types of values? Et cetera, and the whatnot. So it's whatever, right? It's whatever. People all have these types of things. People all have these types of things, guys. You guys, should we set up a raid? Should I go see if any of the goth mommies, dom mommies, anybody's online? Should we set up a raid? What do you guys think? What do you guys want to do? Hell yeah. What do you guys want to do? Jesus built my hot rod. Yeah. Granted by your poll, you're hating on Mother's Day too. Yeah, I'm definitely not Wall Jasmine. So thank you for that interpretation of whatever it is. Yeah, that interpretation. Mama didn't raise no bitch, right? Y'all got cucked by Donald Trump. Mama didn't raise no bitch. Y'all got cucked by Donald Trump. My mama wouldn't say it herself, but here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Mama didn't raise no. Mama didn't raise no. Let's see. Dang, dude. Dang, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna go get some coffee and stuff. I'm gonna hang out for another 5 or 10 minutes or whatever. If you guys want to do a little bit, I actually gotta go. My mom did text me. She asked me to do something, so I'm going to go do something with my mother today. That doesn't have to do with Mother's Day. Thanks so much, Puggles, again for the support. Thanks everyone who sent the Happy Mother's Day super chats and stuff. I'll catch you guys on later tonight and stuff too. And yeah, I'll see you guys around wherever you guys are. Happy Mother's Day to you already, Puggles, and anyone, Australia, India, Pakistan, wherever, if you guys are already on Sunday. Yeah, absolutely. Lots of love to you guys. Have a great loving day. Shout out to you guys, etc. Don't be gooners. Don't be gooners. Get your gooning out if you guys have to goon before Mother's Day, etc. and the whatnot. Cranky Mullet, great to see you. Great to see you. And yeah. Let's see here. If you guys want to go over to another sort of comedy, funny space or whatever, I'm going to go ahead and set up a little thing. So guys, hype this stream, guys. Hit that like button. If you guys like the sort of scholastic academic side of politics, you guys want to be 5% more intellectual. We're going to talk about what we believe here. We're going to talk about religion here. We're going to talk about spirituality. We're going to talk about things beyond education. We're going to talk about education. We're going to make sense of those topics on this channel. And so, guys, we're going to go over to my buddy Jack Talcott's channel. Jack's stream, where we're going today, guys. Be respectful in chat. But yeah, the couple of us that are here, Jack's stream title is Finding Wholeness, Strength and Peace and Unity, Saturday Chats with Jack and Space for More. So Jack's channel, Jack is a performer. He also has serious conversations. Jack's a veteran. Jack has a lot of life experience. He has experience with Veterans for Peace, everyone. Jack has experience with Veterans for Peace. He's an awesome guy, guys. And so we're going to get this raid. We're going to go redirect over. We're going to redirect over to Jack Talcott's channel. I'll see you guys over there. I'll say what's up in chat. Maybe jump up for a couple minutes if you guys want to hang out, see what we do over there. But yeah, Jack streams every day. I go over there. Thank you guys for supporting me in chat too. Oh, cool. Yeah, you know Jack then. Yeah, cool. Shout out. So I'm going to go over there and take care, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.